check, check. Cool.
No, actually.
PhotoCon Live Day 2. My name is Isaac Tovar, and I'm going to be teaching you today about ghost photography.
Hi guys, Robert Trewick here with PhotoCon 2021, Day 2 at the Aloft Hotel. Hope you guys enjoyed the recap video that we did from the photo walk from Friday, and also the Friday speakers are online. You can review those and take a look at them, but stay with us today for our live broadcast. We have 5 speakers. So if you're just tuning in, Bedford Camera, all 7 stores are opening. We have a trade-up event. So if you decide to respend your trade-in dollars, we're going to give you an extra 10%, and we're going to pay the sales tax on any purchases this weekend. So get to your local Bedford store or head to the East store if you're not local and get your purchases in and spend that stimulus check. We want your money, or at least Robert Trewick does. All right, so you can sign up for all these great giveaways, and every hour we're going to give you an extra code that will give you 25 extra entries. So the code word for this hour when we get started is Springfield. So we'd love to hear from all of our Springfield clients, customers, employees, anyone that lives in that area. So be sure to hit us up in the chat. Now we're going to have the queen of PhotoCon, the one and only Pam, doing a quick intro of our first speaker that's going to talk about ghost. Oh, I'm not going to give it away? I'm just going to ghost out of here.
Stealing my intro. Yeah. Thank you, Robert. Thank you. And Robert, come back here. We want to start this off right. Come here, Robert. Robert and I, we've been doing PhotoCon together for probably at least, 5 years now, I think?
Do I look like a trucker in the trucker hat?
Yes. Robert has such a fantastic voice. He's got a radio voice that doesn't quit.
Sorry. COVID.
But I just want Robert to know how much I appreciate the partnership that we've had, the energy that you bring to the conference. And Robert, I adore you. So
I adore you too.
Hugs. You know. All right. So a little bit of love to start off our PhotoCon Day 2 with. Yes. And now let's get on to the speaker.
Slide right over here.
Oh, thank you.
The light's beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. See, I need him. Now, let's shift gears. Our first speaker today that we have coming up, I'm going to tell you he's been with Bedford's Camera for 2.5 years. And a fantastic example of when there's something that captures you, lean into it. Because not only is he an employee at Bedford's Camera, he is now our first speaker for Saturday morning. He hasn't spoken before for our conference because he's a new employee. But I will tell you, this gives anyone hope. If you love photography, there's something that you're passionate about, and you even have the slightest inkling, like, I think I could talk about this. I think that's a scratch I would like to itch. No, an itch I'd like to scratch. Thank you very much. You get a hold of us, and we'll see what we can do. Now, without further ado, I want to tell you, this next presentation is about ghosts, as in ghosting. It's a style of photography that Isaac Tovar, our Saturday morning speaker, has mastered, and he's going to share his techniques with us. And by the end of it, tonight when it gets dark, you're going to want to go try this too. Isaac Tovar, it's all yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Isaac Tovar, and I appreciate you coming in the second day of PhotoCon Live 2021. My class is going to be on photo creativity, ghost photography, and I'm so excited that you've come here today to be able to learn more about photography, and so I can teach you about something I'm incredibly passionate about. If you have any questions, the people that are watching live, you can always put them in the comments, and we will answer these questions later on after the presentation is over. So you can email me at my email, itovar@bedfords.com, and you can also find me on Instagram and Facebook. If you want to talk about photography or show off your photos, I will gladly talk about that with you. It's something I love, and I just feel free to always show your photos to me. So I started working at Bedford's about 2.5 years ago, and I was very new to photography when I got started. I'd only been shooting for about 6 months. It was something relatively new to me, and Bedford's has treated me very well, and the coworkers I've had have had many, many years of photography experience, and they've helped me out so much in my knowledge and growth of photography that I'm so happy that I'm able to be here now with this opportunity today, and I wouldn't be here without them. So thank you very much, and I'm very happy that I met them all. So when I first started working at Bedford's, it was about 3 months into it that I had this really interesting idea that I wanted to try out. It was a form of long exposure, and I called a friend that night, and I asked them if they wanted to go out with me and try some photography. And we went out that night, and we did about 2 hours worth of shooting, and we came out with this shot. And as you can see on that shot, the car is outlined, but you can see through the car still. And this is what I'm going to be teaching you today, how to get this kind of effect with your camera and with photography. So what is this class? It's going to be an introduction to a unique style of shooting. I've never really seen any type of photography like this before. It's incredibly unique. I've been talking with a lot of the people here in Oklahoma City, and the Canon rep, and she thought it was incredibly unique. So I'm really happy that I'm going to be showing you something that many of you may have not seen before, and I hope that you learned something today from this class. The main thing about this class is that it's going to be helpful guidelines to get you started on this style of photography, to understand your exposure. And I'm saying guidelines because your lighting situation may be completely different than mine. So this is just to get you started, and that way you have an inkling of where you're going to be going from, and then you can work from there to try and get the shots that you're looking for. Also, this class is hopefully going to fuel up your passion for photography so that you can try out something new and be more creative. And I just really hope that you get really passionate about this, because I love photography, and I'm just so passionate about teaching and showing off new things and hopefully getting you guys to learn something new. So this type of photography, it's not your average regular photo. It's completely unique. It's not a Photoshop trick. So this is not going to be a class going over, Photoshop and Lightroom techniques, anything like that. This is not multiple photos stacked together in Lightroom or Photoshop to get that we're looking for. This is all going to be completely done in camera, and it's because you're understanding your lighting and the technique of what you're doing. That is what's going to really change the style of photography. And after we finish the technique section, we'll go even over more advanced techniques, but the main part is just going to be getting you started with the bare bones necessities that you need, and then the advanced techniques will include more equipment that you don't really need unless you want to try different things. So we're going to first be talking about equipment now. And obviously the main thing that you're going to be needing is your camera. And if you have a modern DSLR camera or mirrorless camera, you'll be able to do this style of photography. And the main reason why you need more of a modern DSLR and not really like a point and shoot is your camera has to be able to you have to shoot in manual mode. There's really no way around it. You can't shoot in some kind of auto setting that the camera has. It has to be one manual control for this style of shooting. You need your lens as well, and we'll talk about that lens in more detail later, but just any lens will do pretty much, and we'll go in the future. And then your tripod. Any form of long exposure, you need something to stabilize your camera. There's really no way around that. So a tripod is the most adaptable, universal thing that photographers use that you're going to need for this style of photography. So the really cool thing about ghost photography is to get just started on, you don't need any form of specialized gear. We'll go over more advanced gear later on, but to get started, you don't really need anything special. So if you don't have a $1,000 lens, that's perfectly fine. If you've got like the 2 kit lenses that you got when you bought like a Canon T7 2-lens 300, that'll be perfectly fine. The good thing about this style of photography is you're going to be shooting with more of a small aperture, somewhere between, I've shot around 5.6 all the way to f/22. So you don't need like a 1.2 aperture, 1.4, 1.8, anything like that. Whatever lens you have, even if you got like a kit lens, that's going to be perfectly fine for this. If you have an entry-level camera as well, you're perfectly welcome to do this style of photography. You don't need a high-end professional. This photography is so open to everyone that just whatever camera you have, as long as it can shoot in 100% manual control, you're going to be perfectly fine with this. Also, the main thing about this style of photography is that it's going to be technique over gear. So as long as you've got your camera and the lens, you don't need to be worried about anything else in a tripod. The main thing that's going to be happening is understanding your lighting, your exposure, and the technique of this is going to really show off this photo more than anything else. So you remember that. Some equipment tips: if you don't have a tripod, use what's available. So like shooting, anything like that. If there's a park bench or a park table, as long as it's something stable, you can put your camera on there and it'll be perfectly fine. Even if you're at home, you can set up a bunch of stacks of books and put them on that, or movies. Just as long as the camera's stable, you're going to be able to do this. Base lens on your subject. So if you're doing portraits, most people shoot between a 35 millimeter focal length all the way to 135 millimeters. So kind of choose what you want to shoot based on that. But otherwise, like if you're doing a landscape, you might be shooting, you know, a wide angle. Sorry about that. It looks like we're having some technical issues. Everyone hear me? Are we good? All right. Sorry about that. All right. So base your lens on your subject. So if you're doing a landscape style shooting, if you got like the 18 to 55 kit lens, that's going to be perfectly fine. A lot of people, when they're doing landscape, they shoot wide angle. That'll work out for you. But some people, when they do landscapes, they have a telephoto lens. It just depends on what you're shooting. Just base it off of that, and it'll work out just fine. The main thing is that just your aperture is going to be really small, so just base your lens on what style of photography you're going to be shooting for this technique. And like I've been saying before, your camera has to be in 100% manual control, so make sure that you're shooting in manual for this style of photography. The next subject we'll be covering is going to be light. And for those of you that are pretty new to photography, photography is all about the light. If you don't understand lighting techniques or understand how light affects your photo, you're going to have a really hard time in general photography, much less this style of photography, because this style of photography is very dependent on understanding your light situations and what you have. So, like I've been saying right just now, understanding light is important. It's going to change everything for this style of photography, and we'll be covering in just a few moments 4 different types of light that you're going to run into and realizing what you should be trying to do with that light situation. Your light source is going to change the style of photo, and so we'll be talking about the 4 different ones. So we're going to talk about what happens if you don't have enough light on your subject. If you've only got a key light, a backlight, and an encircling light completely around your subject, all 4 of these types of lighting will change your photo drastically. And specifically the first one, no light, it's not going to help your photo whatsoever. So I shot this with my 50 millimeter lens at ISO 500. It was a 20-second exposure at f9. And the reason why we're talking about equipment, light, exposure, and technique in order is to get your foundations right, because each of these are going to build up on top of each other until we reach the technique part, which is going to really show you how to do this, but we have to build the foundations first. So on this photo, you can't really see it right now because there's too much light on the PowerPoint. But if you did see the photo, there's actually a person right here. And even though I did the technique properly, there's not enough light on her. Most of the light is coming from behind, and then it's blocked by the gravestone here. So she is a solid object. Even though I did the technique correctly, everything like I was supposed to, she's a solid object, and that's because there's not enough light on her. The only thing that's actually see-through is her knee right here, but you can't really see it right now, I'm sorry. But the reason why the knee is see-through is because the light from behind the gravestone is coming in, and we did the technique properly, so because there's light on that part, that was what's see-through. So if you don't have enough light on your subject, you can't really see it right now, but your subject is going to be completely solid, and you're not going to get the effect that you want. So moving on to a key light, now you're going to start really seeing the effect that we're talking about here. So I shot it with my 50 millimeter lens at ISO 1000, 20 seconds, f9. And you can definitely see through her face now. You can see the gravestone here. And unfortunately, when we did this photography, we didn't realize that her jacket was going to match the gravestone, so it kind of just melds in together like camouflage. But we have one light source from a street lamp way off in the corner, and that's spilling onto her face and the gravestone right there. But what you're also noticing is that while her face right here is defined, over here it's starting to meld in and blend in with the trees and the darkness in the background. And that's because I don't have any other form of light on her. There's no backlight to define her at all from the background. So the only thing you're really seeing is her face here, her shoulders, and a little bit of the jacket here. You can see that because it's such a lighter color compared to the background. But once you get into her hair, you just lose all the definition, and that's because I don't have any backlight right now. So now we're going to move on to what happens if you have... Okay. Now we're going to move on to what happens if you have a backlight. Now this photo is really unique. I took this photo with Emily from Oklahoma City, and she was really helpful with this. And this one turned out great. So you can't see her very well on the PowerPoint, but the people that are watching live, you can see this a lot better. But Emily is right here, and she is just a silhouette. And then I'm over here in the bed lit from this light here. And then the backlight for her is coming from the bathroom, bouncing off the wall, and then hitting her. What makes the backlight unique for this style of shooting is that if you only have a backlight on your subject, you're only going to get a silhouette effect if you expose properly for everything else. So I think the backlight's really interesting because you can make a more sinister effect. When I thought of how the backlight only makes a silhouette, the first thing I thought of was, okay, I'm going to do this shot in this hotel room, and so she's just going to be this black silhouette standing over the bed, and it's going to be a really spooky type of shot. And I thought it was going to come out great, and it did come out great. So I knew what lighting I was working with. I knew that there was going to be the light over the bed, and it was going to light me perfectly as long as I was still. And then that light was only going to give her, it was not enough to get her enough definition over here, but the light in the bathroom bounced off and helped get that silhouette effect that I was looking for. So that's what's going to happen if you have a backlight. And I shot that with my 35 millimeter at ISO 100. It was a 5-second exposure at f14. But that's the main thing that happens when you have a backlight. And then moving on from that, we're going to talk about what happens if you have complete encircling light around your subject. So I shot that with a 50 millimeter lens at ISO 100. It was a 20-second exposure at f18. And you'll notice that I have multiple street lights behind the car, completely backlighting it. But also, I'm at a roundabout. I have lights to the left and to the right of the car, and I have lights in front of the car. And you'll notice that the car is very well defined. You can definitely make out the shape completely of the car. You can even make out my head over there. And that's because I just have enough light everywhere that it just sharply defines the photo. So personally, this is my favorite lighting situation when I'm doing ghost photography. It just makes it a lot sharper and more defined than any other type of lighting situation that you have for this style of shooting. So some lighting tips. Once again, recognize what light you have. If you notice, if you're out in the street and you only have one street light, you've only got either A, a key light, or B, a backlight. You can't really do much else with that. I would probably, if you could only use the one light for a key light or a backlight, I'd probably use it for a backlight. If you use it for the key light, part of your subject's not going to be defined. If you don't have a very solid contrast of a background, the shot's not going to come out how you're wanting it to. So I'd probably go with the backlight and create a more silhouette shot, something like that instead. Frame your shots to suit your light. Like we were just talking about, if you've only got the key light or the backlight, you're going to have to choose between the two of those. So I'd go with the backlight more than the key light in that situation. But once again, just choose your type of photo that you're going to shoot based on what lighting situation you have. Also know that your light's going to change your exposure. I had enough light in the hotel room that I only shot at 100 ISO, and it was at f14. We'll go back to that real quick. f14, it was a 5-second exposure, but on that one, I changed to f18 in 20 seconds. It just depends on the situation, what's going to be going on. So just make sure that you understand if you have a lot of light, you're going to be changing your exposure completely, which is why I'm saying these are guidelines, because it's going to be dependent on how much light you have. That's going to be changing everything else for you. So moving on from lighting, we're going to go to the next step, which is your exposure. And in photography, there's a lot of rules with composition, you know, rule of thirds. If you're just, there's a lot of different rules. And a lot of people say that you have to, you know, follow these rules to get a good shot. But then some people like to break those rules, and they still come out with a great photo. With ghost photography, there are actual solid rules that you will need to follow in order to achieve the shot that you're going to get. Though one of them, the third rule, can be broken to achieve a different effect. But the first two rules we're going to talk about are going to be talked about in exposure, and the last rule is going to be talked about in technique. So the first rule is you have to shoot in manual mode. I've been saying that this entire time. There's no other way around it. You really have to shoot in manual mode. You have to be in 100% control of your ISO, your shutter speed, and your aperture. And the next rule is it has to be some form of long exposure photography. So the main thing about your exposure when you're doing ghost photography is, since it's a long exposure, your shutter speed is key. I've mostly done all my shots around 5 seconds to 20 seconds, and it's worked great for me. Once again, these are guidelines, so it might, depending on your lighting situation, it might not be the same thing. But for me, 5 to 20 seconds for all my shots I've done have worked perfectly fine for me. Different styles are going to use different shutter speeds. So most of my shots are around 20 seconds, but that shot in the hotel was a 5-second shot. So just depending on what you're doing, the lighting situation, that's going to be changing your shutter speed a lot. Your aperture is going to be varying on your subject and your light. It's okay to use a fast f-stop. So if you have a 1.8 lens, you could probably shoot at 1.8 if you wanted to. You're just going to have to compensate with your ISO and your shutter speed. But mostly I've shot around 5.6 to f18. That's like just depending on what style of shot I'm doing. I really only use my aperture for the most part to be controlling, making sure I don't overexpose my photo. So I'll show you two different photos here. This was shot at 5.6, and this one was shot at f18. And on the 5.6 shot, you can see that the gravestone and the trees behind her are starting to get blurred out because it's a more open aperture. And whereas with this f18 shot, everything's more in focus. So even the foreground here is in focus, the signs in focus, the trees in focus, the buildings in focus. You can even see that I shot at a smaller aperture because of the star effect on that light over there. So your aperture, get a drink real quick. I changed these apertures because of my lighting situation. It was so bright. Normally when you're doing street photography and doing long exposure, it's actually incredibly bright out there when you're doing a 20-second shot. So I had to shoot at f18 to get this photo correct, or else I would have completely overexposed the car. Whereas with this photo, there wasn't nearly as much light as this photo here, so I shot at 5.6 to let even more light in for the photo, and it came out like I wanted it to. Your ISO is also going to be used for mainly just making sure you don't overexpose. If you have a lot of light, same thing with the aperture, you're just going to be using it mainly to just make sure that you don't overexpose your shot. Also, rule of thumb with ISO is always keep it as low as possible. If you bump up your ISO too high, you're going to start getting grain in your photos. Some people like grain. That gives them more like film-like effect. I personally don't. If you like grain in your photos, that's perfectly fine. But for me, I just try and keep my ISO as low as possible to avoid that. I really just use my ISO just like my aperture to avoid overexposing and making sure I don't get grainy photos. With these two photos, once again, this was at ISO 800 and ISO 100, and this one had the most light, so I had to shoot at a lower number compared to this one. Some exposure tips. On your camera, you have a built-in light meter. I don't own a handheld light meter. I just use the built-in one on my camera, and it's worked great for me so far. Try and get it balanced right in the middle. If it's a little overexposed or a little underexposed, that's perfectly fine, but you don't want it blasted to one end or the other end and have a completely underexposed or overexposed photo. Another thing about your exposure is be prepared for trial and error. Most of the time I've been doing this type of photography, my shoots usually last about an hour and 30 minutes to 2 hours, and I get about a handful of shots that I really like because there's just so much trying to get the shot right, trying to get my exposure right, and messing around with that multiple times. And I'll explain more in the technique section why it takes a little bit longer to do this, but just be prepared for trial and error. And another thing to remember is that these are going to be guidelines. So this will get you started on this style of shooting, but remember that if my lighting situation will not be your same lighting situation at all. It's not going to be the same. So you're going to have to mess around with your exposure and your exposure settings, everything like that, to make sure that you get the shot that you want. And just remember that these are guidelines. Don't follow everything to a T. Moving on from exposure, we're going to be talking about technique. And technique is what really sets apart ghost photography and what just makes it so crazy. I don't ever see the style of shooting at all from anyone else. I really haven't seen it at all. And it just completely sets apart this photography from anything else. It's a unique style of long exposure, and the reason why it's unique is because you have an active subject. So what I mean by that is the third and final rule of ghost photography. Your subject needs to leave the frame. That is the main rule for ghost photography, and that's what makes it so unique. Usually with portraits, your subject's going to be staying the entire time. The closest thing I've seen to this style of shooting is like car light trails, where you're doing a long exposure and the car leaves the trail. But I've never really seen anything like this. So going over this photo, this is with my 50mm lens at ISO 1000. It's a 20-second exposure at f9. So we're going to start going over in depth about the technique now. And what happens is I get the frame right, I have my camera on my tripod, and Cressa is my wonderful friend, and she's done a lot of posing for me in most of these photos. And so we have her get in front of the gravestone into the pose that she wants, and we start the shot. So 20 seconds. So what's going on now is we're counting out loud. I'm counting out loud to her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And on the 10th second, she leaves. She gets out of the photo as fast as she can, and you are left with the silhouette effect. And that is what sets apart ghost photography and what makes it so unique. You're going to only be shooting your subject for just a very small amount of time compared to the rest of the exposure, and that's what creates that effect. Always be in communication with your subject. If you're not in communication with your subject, you're going to have a really hard time getting the shot. It's going to make the person helping you frustrated. It's just count out loud with them, talk to them, tell them, hey, I'm going to have you leave on this second of the countdown. And just make sure that they understand that. Communicate with your subject. Counting out loud is extremely helpful. It's worked out great for me. That way you're on the same page. You both know when the countdown's going on. With that hotel shot, that was a little bit different because I was the one sleeping in the bed, so we couldn't really count. I couldn't really count out loud because I didn't want to have my mouth moving. So that one, we had the camera on a timer, and Emily just paid attention to the orange light flickering, and then after it stopped flickering, she did a countdown of 2.5 seconds, and then she ran out of the shot. Your subject runs out of the shot. If you're doing like portraits, your subject's going to have to get out real fast, and I'll talk about the car shots in just a few seconds, how that's going to be working out. So going back to this photo, it's a 50mm lens, ISO 100, 20-second exposure, f18, and my girlfriend helped me with this shot. And this is one of the reasons why ghost photography, if you're doing car shots specifically, take an hour and 30 minutes to 2 hours if you're not getting your exposure right and the technique right. Because if you're shooting in the street, I don't have the capability even of shutting off an entire street for my shooting, especially in a place that I really wanted. I really wanted to get that Route 66 sign with this shot. I thought it would look great. And that's on a main road in downtown Springfield. we had to get out of the way of so many cars constantly, and you just have to keep being vigilant when you're doing this style photography with cars, especially on the street. You can't, just tell the car to, drive around you or anything like that, or drive around your equipment. So we just had to, constantly just keep getting out of the way and moving the car constantly over and over again until we finally had enough time to get the shot. So what ends up happening is my girlfriend, she's manning the camera in the street, and then I'm over here in my car, and I'm driving. It's a stick shift, so I was the one that had to drive. And we're on the phone. We're talking on the phone, and we start the countdown. She starts the countdown for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then after she finishes the 10-second countdown, I drive out of the shot. And then you're left with the see-through car effect here, and also a little bit of a light beam trail there as well from the car driving out of the frame. So that one took a long time to get that shot right, but I was really happy with how it finished up. And main thing to remember, I said this before in your exposure part, but I'm going to say it again over here. Be patient. It's going to be a lot of trial and error. And I think that's the same thing for most photography. And don't feel worried if you don't get the shot right the first time or the second time or the third time. Sometimes it takes me 20 times before I get the shot. Don't be worried about it. You're going to get it right. And when you get it right, it's going to look amazing. So just keep going at it. It'll be worth it. I think it's really helpful when you're first starting this to work with a friend. It makes it a lot easier, in my opinion, when you have someone that you're not like paying for their time or anything like that. You're just enjoying your time with your friend, and it really helps when you're working with someone that knows photography too, and so you're just on the same page. Just remember to be in communication with them, like I said. Do the countdown, tell them, hey, I want you to leave at this second, and just do the countdown and work with them. But working with a friend really helps. So moving on from that, we're going to talk about advanced techniques, and this is going to be a little bit more different. This is going to start getting into needing more equipment. So the first shots we were talking about, you really only need the camera, the lens, and the tripod. The hotel shot, I used a remote trigger to help with that, but now we're going to be talking about what you're going to need to do this type of advanced techniques. And wireless trigger is incredibly helpful, especially if you want to be in the shot. If you don't have like a third person to man the camera, you're going to need a wireless trigger if you want to be in the shot, like I did with the hotel shot. Most modern DSLR cameras have some kind of phone app that you can download, and they'll be in communication with the camera. They're usually either Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, and the one I have for my camera, I have a Sony a7R III, and it has Bluetooth capability. And with your camera has Wi-Fi capability. Sorry, if your camera has Wi-Fi capability, when you use the phone app, you can actually see your shot. But some cameras only have Bluetooth capability, and if you only have Bluetooth capability, you won't be able to see your shot on the phone. You'll only just be able to trigger your camera. So just remember that. Also, you can use just like a regular wireless trigger that you can just buy. They're usually around $15 to $20. Just remember that those type of triggers usually trigger with an infrared sensor to the front of your camera. So if you're trying to trigger the camera from behind or to the side, anything like that, it might not trigger properly because usually the infrared sensor is at the front of your camera. Whereas with a Bluetooth or the wireless app that you can download on your phone, on your smartphone, you should be able to trigger it from anywhere you're standing as long as you're in the vicinity of the camera. Another thing to use for advanced techniques is the portable flash. That's going to allow you to do freeze motion a lot better than you would with just regular lighting. We're going to go over some techniques with the portable flash. That's going to look really interesting. And then also, if you have continuous lighting setups that you can drag around with you, that'll be also helpful in lighting up your subject and getting enough light, especially if you're in like a darker scenario where there's not ambient light around you. The continuous lighting you'll be able to do more with that than you would in that situation. So going over this technique, or this photo, I shot it with my 50mm lens, ISO 800, 20 seconds at 5.6. And for the most part, this one wasn't a crazy photo. I didn't really use any of the equipment that I just listed. I didn't use the wireless trigger. I didn't use a portable flash. I technically used continuous light. So what happens on this photo is the gravestones, the trees, and everything around Cressa is perfectly lit. The street light was really helpful. It lit everything like I wanted it to. But every time we did this shot, she was always coming out underexposed. And the reason why is because she was so low to the ground that the light just wasn't reaching her. It was being blocked by some walls and some mausoleums and everything like that. So I had to add light to this photo in order to get her exposed properly. So what made this shot different was 20-second exposure like normal. I did the 10-second countdown before she needed to get out of the photo. But what ended up happening is on the 9th second, before she rolls out, I pull out my phone and I use the flashlight on it and I lit up her face, and then she rolled out of the photo. And so I gave her just enough light that it lit her properly enough that she popped up in the photo like I wanted it to. Otherwise, she was just really showing up as a silhouette. So that little bit of light I added to it for just 1 second gave her enough light to create the effect that I wanted to with this shot before she rolled out of the frame. And then after that second of using the flashlight, I turned it off and finished the exposure like I wanted to, and it came out like this. So this photo is a little bit goofy, but I love it so much. This is when I first was trying to use the portable flash in ghost photography. And what I wanted to do was I was trying to create, this is when you're starting to break that third rule. I mentioned that the third rule and the technique part is your ghost has to leave the frame in order to get the shot you're wanting to. But I also did mention that you can do something else instead to create a different effect. And this is what we're going to be talking about. Your ghost can stay in the frame if you want it to create a second image of the person that you're shooting. So I shot this with my 35mm lens at ISO 500 as a 15-second exposure at f/22. And so how we started the shot was, this is Cressa's boyfriend Tanner, and we were out shooting one night, and we were at this church that had beautiful arches. We loved the architecture on it. So we were trying to do some photography there. So we were messing around with the flash, trying to freeze people in place, and we had this idea of having him kneel in front of the camera, and then he wanted to get up after we used the flash on him and put his hands on his shoulders and be there in the second part of the shot. So that's what we did. We had him on his knees, and we counted about 5 seconds, I believe. It was maybe a little bit more than that. It's been a little bit since I did that shot. But we used the flash, and we froze him in place. And that's why he appears very solid, but his shirt is a little bit more transparent. It's because the flash was pretty much right on his face. And another thing I need to talk about with the flash that I didn't mention before, sorry about that, is that I'm using the flash off camera in my hand, and I'm triggering it manually. Your camera is not going to be triggering your flash during the shooting. So I have the camera the flash in my hand. He's kneeling in front of the camera. Boom! I fire the flash. He's frozen in place, and then he gets up and he tries to get into the position that he thinks his hands are going to be on his shoulders. And then boom! We fire the flash again. Unfortunately, I think we did the exposure just a little bit too long, and we just had a little bit too much time on our hands. So it created 3 Tanners instead of just 2. So you see, multiple pairs of eyes there, and it's kind of an interesting image. But even though it's really goofy, I think it's really funny, and it's what happens when you're doing this type of shooting with a flash. So moving on to the third picture that I want to talk about. So this was with my 35mm lens, ISO 400, 10 seconds this time at f5. And this one, I felt so bad for Turner. This is my friend Turner, and he practices Brazilian martial arts capoeira. And this shoot took about an hour and 45 minutes, and he was jumping and kicking for that entire time. And I felt really bad for him, but we finally got the shot that I really liked, and it came out really good. So this shot is probably the most intricate one out of all the ones I've shown you so far. And what happens with this shot is he gets into the kicking position here, and he holds that pose for about 4 seconds. And we're in constant communication. We're talking out loud, And then he starts the kick. And once again, I've got my portable flash, but I've also got 2 continuous lighting setups to his right and to his left with umbrellas to try and help solidify him a little bit more, because it was so dark, there wasn't enough street light or anything like that. So the continuous lighting setups left and right side of him, and then he does the kick, and then that's when the portable flash is going to come in handy. So he jumps up in the air, and he tells me kick when he's doing that, and I fire the flash, and he gets frozen in the air. And you can still kind of see the ghost effect. You can see through his leg right here into the building behind him. But if you use the flash, you can help freeze your subject in place how you're wanting it to and avoid a little bit of motion blur. And then he lands, and he tries to hold as still as possible for the last part of the shot. And that's how this shot ended up coming out, and I was pretty happy with it. But this is what you can do. You can apply this technique to other different scenarios to create different shots completely. Like, this is nothing at all compared to the other shots that you've really been seeing before. And that's just because you can use the same technique and apply it with flash to create more of an action shot. It's really interesting, and it's really fun. So going over some of the main points that we're talking about that I really want you to walk away with today is make sure that you recognize what light you have. That's going to be the main thing that you're going to need to know when you're doing photography in general, but it's going to be really helpful when you're doing this style of photography. So if you don't have enough light, you're probably not going to get the photo you want, and you're going to need to add some light. Or if you have completely encircling light, you're going to have a sharper image. Just recognize what you have. It's going to be incredibly helpful. Remember that these are guidelines. I cannot stress this enough. These are 100% guidelines. What works for me may not work for you. You may have more photography knowledge than me, and you can shoot with a slower shutter speed and let more open your aperture up more. It's perfectly fine. This is just really to get you started and trying to do this unique style of photography. Remember that your ghost needs to leave the frame or move within the frame to create that shot. This is the main part about ghost photography. So just keep remembering that. That is what makes it so active and what makes it so unique compared to other styles of photography. And also remember that there's going to be a lot of trial and error. I am serious. Be patient. Most of my times I've been shooting have been taking about an hour and 45 minutes to 2 hours. It takes a while to get the shot right. But once you keep doing this more and more, you'll be able to guess your exposure a lot faster. The hotel shot I did with Emily only took about 30 minutes, and I finally got the shot that I really wanted. And we were really close to getting it the first few times we shot anyway. But I just had to keep doing it until we really got the shot that we wanted. I really appreciate you joining me for my class today. If we do have any questions, we'll talk about that now, and we'll try and help you out as much as possible. I believe Pam will be reading off the questions.
Why, yes, that is correct, Isaac. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Absolutely fascinating. And so if you've been with that for 2.5 years, that means that you have only been shooting for 3.
Yeah, I've really only been shooting for 3 years. It's been quite a journey to get over here. If you had told me, 3.5 years ago that I'd be teaching photography somewhere, I would not have believed it.
Sure. Well, that's great. Well, you have put yourself out there. You dove into this wholeheartedly, and it was really fascinating, and the different techniques and figuring that out, really, really cool.
I appreciate it.
So we did have a question, and I figured out a way to get my questions rather than have my husband write them feverishly down on the whiteboard. I took a picture and texted the question to myself that we have for you.
Perfect.
And let me just blow it up here now so I can see it. All right. So Ben Meek, the first question he asked, actually, you answered during the presentation.
Oh, okay.
So I told him that was some sort of a ghost effect that you have, and it's a little spooky, and you're reading his mind, and he thought that was funny. So, and that question was, do you ever have your subject leave the frame slowly in order to ghost the movement? If so, are there challenges to that? And that, I believe, you'd answered.
I've heard that some people have the ghost leave real slowly, but for the most part, my success has been just have the ghost leave as fast as possible. And it's worked great for me. I haven't had any issues or like motion blur or anything like that.
Sure.
It's just come out really good that way. But I have heard of some people that the ghost needs to leave very slowly. It might just be dependent on a certain lighting situation.
Sure, sure.
But so far with the style of shooting I've been doing, I haven't had any issue with that.
Yeah.
The ghost leaving just really fast.
Oh, excellent, excellent. And then Ben Meek, his next question was, my phone went to sleep here. Does the whole facial recognition, does that drive anybody crazy? I'd rather use my thumb, I think. So Ben's other question was, were the car brake lights a problem when you have the shots where the car is driving through?
No, actually, I was thinking about that after I took that shot. That I didn't notice any light trail behind the car or anything like that, and it just never seemed to be an issue. So far, I've not noticed anything with the brake lights causing any issue with the car's shots so far.
Yeah. Awesome. Have you ever had like the police come by and be like, "What are you doing? Why are you in the street? And
So
have you
far,
run you
no.
off?"
When
Yeah.
we were shooting that, when we were shooting on the roundabout, I think both times I shot on the roundabout, there was a police officer that drove by us, and we were just like,
Hello. Well, do we have any more questions in the chat? Okay. Any questions from anybody here in the audience? Well, Cedric, do you have a question? The audience loves it when you call them out. Well, I have a question for you. Since you are so new to photography, who has been a current photographer that has had some influence on you whatsoever?
well, probably the most enlightening photography experience I've ever had was I went to the Photo Expo, I think it was 2019, I believe.
In
and
Memphis.
Yeah, in Memphis. And I was working on the sales floor at the time, and Jason Bedford, the owner of Bedford's, was walking by me, and he said that, hey, there's this really good speaker that you should go listen to. He's in the main presenting room right now, and you should really go check him out. And so I went, and my assistant manager was watching him too, and it was David Black from the Nikon ambassador.
Yes.
And it was amazing. I could talk about Dave Black as forever. He's just such an amazing photographer.
Yes.
And just everything that he's done, everything that he showed off there, it was the most amazing photography experience ever.
Yeah.
So him, I really am appreciative of Jeff Lambach. He's been incredibly helpful with photography as well. And then
And Jeff Lambach, just so you know, he's a Canon representative.
Yeah.
That is, he's been doing classes. Bedford's been offering the free online classes, so Jeff has been doing tutorials there. So, you know, check out Bedford's website. They have classes going on all the time, and some of them are online and free to watch. So it's really a wonderful thing. The thing I love about Bedford's is the community. They are always reaching out to the community. How can they, incorporate more things that we can get involved in, even during this virtual time? So I really appreciate that about them as well. Yeah.
yeah, Jeff's been incredibly helpful. He's actually been willing to do Zoom calls with me about this class and talk about it, and he's been
Wonderful.
incredibly helpful with it.
Oh, wonderful. That is so cool.
I have a lot of coworkers that have been incredibly helpful too. They've just really taught me pretty much everything I know, so I really appreciate all my coworkers as well.
Oh, that's super. And you teach classes at the Bedford location in
Yeah,
Springfield?
I just recently became an instructor, so they'll be starting me off with some of the small classes, but I'll be moving up a little bit more afterwards.
Sure, sure. And that's the thing, we all have to start somewhere. And even if you're a brand new photographer and you're like, I can't go to the photography conference because I don't know anything, don't lie to yourself like that. That's a lie. It is the best place to come. Actually, Bedford's one of the first conferences I ever came to was one of theirs. And being saturated with all things photography was so much fun. And the people that were there, the fellow photographers, whether new or old, were willing to kind of help out. And it's been really a wonderful experience. And really, you come away with feeling a sense of photography community when you attend one of these Bedford events. So
Absolutely.
It's,
I've always enjoyed being able to work at the conventions. I've been to the PhotoCon in 2019, I believe, and then at the Photo Expo in 2019. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to do anything with 2020, but I always love coming over here.
Yes, yes. Well, that's terrific. And we have some fantastic events, coming up throughout 2020. So be sure and keep a bead on that PhotoCon not PhotoCon, well, PhotoConOKC.com. I've been saying that for all weekend or for weeks now, but for the events, it would be Bedfords.com to find out all things Bedfords. And anything else here? Wonderful. Well, Isaac, do you have any questions for me?
I can't think of anything right now.
I thought, why not put the speaker on the spot? Well, it's been great. I had the opportunity to talk with Isaac before getting ready for this, and just was really excited about this. And I hope that, and I know people have found value in things that you've offered here in this presentation, because it's really a neat little genre that this is the first time I think it's really been spoken about in depth as much as it has been with your talk about ghost photography. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate it. I was really happy to be able to speak today.
Great. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you at future events speaking.
I hope so.
All right. Thank you, Isaac.
Thank you.
Eric, have you seen the door prizes? These are the door prizes? All of them? Oh, hey, thanks for joining us here at PhotoCon Live. So we've got some door prizes here, some great door prizes that we're giving away from Westcott Road, Fuji, and SKB, Sigma and Tamron. We appreciate all those sponsors for some incredible giveaways that are coming straight at you guys. The way that you enter those is check out the link in the URL right below. Click on that and you'll be entered to win one of these great door prizes plus a hat. We'll include a hat, which each one of these door prizes, we'll throw in a hat for you. So check the link right down there. You've got a few little action items. You're gonna check out our Facebook page, YouTube, website. You'll get bonus entries. You can share with your friends and get bonus entries. And don't forget to come back each break and we're gonna give you a secret code word to get 25 extra bonus entries for these awesome giveaways. Thanks again for joining us this weekend at PhotoCon Live.
Hi guys, welcome back. Day 2, PhotoCon 2021. That was a great presentation by Bedford's own Isaac. Hope you guys really enjoyed that. I was really expecting a lot more questions about all those ghost images because that really kind of freaked me out. It really made me feel odd on that wonderful photography where, well, things somewhat not exactly appear as though they are. All right, so you guys are back. We're still going on with our door prizes, so I'm wanting to see more of those shares on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, etc. And the keyword for this next hour is Instax. Instax from Fujifilm, great way to get prints that you can hand out on location from directly, either from your Fujifilm camera or even from your smartphone. And look, this is on one of the door prizes, so you could win one of these with that code word Instax. That gives you an extra 25 votes.
Hey Robert, how do we spell Instax?
How do we spell Instax? Look it up on the Fujifilm website. It's INSTAX. And speaking of Instax, did you know that Bedford's is going to be paying your sales tax for this weekend. Any of the 7 stores and on the e-store as well. So we're going to pay your sales tax. So get on there and get your order in today. Stores are open until 6 p.m. So if you want to figure out how to do the door prizes, head over to bedfords.com and click on the door prizes, or my favorite one is photoconokc.com/door prizes. Click, follow all the wonderful things you can do. And I'm going to be introducing our next guest speaker very shortly after we take a quick little break so we can kind of turn around our production studio and get ready for the next speaker. Hi, welcome back to day 2 and our second speaker coming up. The word for this hour is Instax, I-N-S-T-A-X, from Fujifilm. That's going to give you an extra 25 votes. Now, I'm not sure if you guys remember from yesterday, but we do have a live audience of socially distanced chairs. We have about 20 seats that you're more than welcome to come down and join us to see the presenters today. We have 4 more to go. So let me tell you who we have coming up next. She needs no introduction. She's known throughout the world as the Queen of PhotoCon. She received her crown several years ago in Memphis, Tennessee. The one and only Pam Stukenborg has been photographing headshots in the Tulsa, Oklahoma City area for several years now, and she is known to do the best work with amazing lighting, featuring beautiful people that take their careers from nothing to exciting. So here is Pam that's going to do amazing things to show you how your photography can be elevated. And speaking about that, if you want to follow Pam, be sure to check out her Headshot Crew profile on headshotcrew.com. And don't forget to continue to sign up for all these door prizes we have. Remember, the word for today is Instax. And it's going to be a great day. And if you saw the segue come through, I want to give a big round of applause to all of the production crew. You can go check out my Facebook page where we had some images, and it looks amazing. These guys behind the scenes are working tirelessly to give you great audio and video so you can enjoy this experience. And I believe Pam is all ready to go, so we're going to turn it over to Pam Stukenborg. Big round of applause, and leave comments below for the questions after the show.
Introduction, and wow, am I excited to be here today and presenting. The Headshot Hustle and live demo is actually what I have to speak about. The brief slideshow I have is, well, let's say I'm going into detail like I've never gone into certain details before. By the end of my talk, every person I think who sees this either now or in the rebroadcast is going to be doing a little bit of a double check before the day is out. So what I want to first bring up is the motivation. The motivation behind bringing my, just a second, my slideshow is not advancing. There we go. So, Headshot Hustle live demo, the motivation. Here's why I love headshot photography, why I encourage other photographers to absolutely get into it, even if you're in the same city. Because last I checked, everybody I meet, they have a face. We have no shortage of faces to do headshots for, and I think with the year that we've been shut down, we've been on live Zoom calls. We've been, on camera more than we have ever been before, and has really created a heightened awareness on that we need a really great profile shot, one that's better than just the gray cutout that shows up on a Zoom call. And so it's really a great way for photographers to have a great revenue stream, and I encourage you to check it out. I am part of the Headshot Crew. I'm a Headshot Crew associate of Peter Hurley's. And if you want to actually see a little bit of the education that I've gone through, you can sign up for a free trial to join the Headshot Crew for a week. Just go to headshotcrew.com, sign up for a week. No credit cards needed to get in, just to kind of feel it out and see what actually happens with the crew. Now, back to the motivation piece. Unlike a family shoot where, let's say, usually there's somebody there that doesn't want to be part of the family shoot, and not to throw dads under the bus, but a lot of times mom hits Pinterest. She's got the Pinterest board. She's got all these ideas and dreams of what, it's going to be, and expects everybody in the family to just fall in line, put the outfits on, and make this whole Pinterest board happen. We know as photographers that's not how it always goes down. The senior shoot, we love our seniors, but how many of you have had or photographers or have been a parent at a senior shoot and the senior isn't doing what the parent really wants them to do, so then the parent steps in, they end up making the senior a bit upset, and then you're getting nothing from them because they're so mad at their parents. So it's with a senior, you know, and even if it is a senior getting a headshot done, not just a senior session, there are times when the parents, it doesn't help. But here's where headshots are different. Oftentimes, it's the company. It's a corporation that's saying, we're updating our website, or we need a picture of you for your in-mail so that people can actually have a face and see who they're talking to. So the company not only often is paying for it, but the company needs it, and as well as they're able to, at least when I do shoots, I give my clients a permission to, and I let the corporate know, hey, this is a great way to build rapport with your employees where not only you know, having them go for a professional headshot, but you too also can use it personally for your LinkedIn profile and for your personal social media. And the employees always appreciate that, and it really puts the employer in a good light. The other thing is sometimes people are changing jobs. They need to update their LinkedIn profile. That motivates them to come in and get a professional headshot. It may be a medical student. With the residency, they all need a professional headshot, so oftentimes you can be their person they go to have a good headshot done. And what I have found also, I have a very detailed list. I get super specific, and you're going to see how specific I get in the next few slides on how I prepare my clients for their headshots. And while I'm talking about this, I'm going to go ahead and show you some of my work here that some clients that I've done. Oh, there happens to be my handsome husband, Bernie. Shout out to Vern. You know, without wonderful support behind the headshot photography that I've been able to do, I don't know where I would be without it, so I really appreciate all that support. So, with, and also, another revenue stream for headshot photographers is the real estate world. I've never chased the real estate world because they've always kind of seemed to have had, you know, somebody's uncle, a cousin who, you know, does this and comes in and, you know, does it for just, you know, inexpensively. But the newest generation of headshot photographers, real estate agents, they really see the value of a good headshot. So I think that it's, you know, very different. And they're willing to pay the money for it because it's not cheap. It's not an inexpensive thing. Now, the other thing too with real estate photographers is I had a client one time actually say, when that client purchased their house from me, I asked them, how did you find me? How did you decide to choose me? And they were like, I saw your headshot out on that lawn, and we said, that woman, she looks like she can get us our house. And they hired her just for that reason. There are other instances where they just, well, they might need it for Tinder. Who doesn't need a great headshot for that in such a way that really helps out? So as we come along here, I'm finishing up with the different slides that I have, and I'm about to get into the details. And that would be hair, makeup, hair, and what to wear. These key things are so important. And when I'm done with the slideshow here, I'm going to have I have my equipment all set up. We're going to be doing a live demo right here in front of us. And I just want to do a time check on how I'm doing here. Okay, excellent. One of the things that I go over in the letter that I send to my clients that helps prepare them is all these very specific details. And I think the feedback that I've gotten, they found it very helpful because we just think, oh, I'll just put something on, I'll go have my picture taken, and it doesn't always work out that well. We need to have specific details, and one of the things that is a real super trend and has been for the past couple of years is matte finish lipstick. So this lipstick here, while it looks beautiful, it lasts for what, 48 to 72 hours? Okay, I'm exaggerating. It lasts a good long time. But the problem is in photographs, when you take a picture, especially a headshot picture because it's so detailed, the lips look flat. They look like they've been drawn on with a Sharpie, as you can see in the example here. And then below the example, you see that there is more of a glossy look. We need that sheen. That's super important because that gives us the shape. Here's another example where someone's used matte lipstick, but they have taken and said, oh yeah, I wear matte, but I'm going to put a glossy, layer over it. That is not what you want to do, because that glossiness, it starts to bleed into the skin, and it doesn't quite cut it, unlike the image below where you see it's the nice shaped lips. The eyes. Eye makeup is super key. Now, if you're a male photographer and you're looking at this saying, well, how do I tell the ladies, what to do? If you can get just the basic information about makeup, or hire yourself a makeup artist, or provide them with a picture of saying, hey, this is how your makeup should look. Because in the image at the top, as you can see, she didn't even go to the very corner edge of her eye. It stops, and it makes her eye look shorter and smaller than what it should be. And then the underneath the eye, I'll go over that in the next one. But if you look at the eye below, you can see how she doesn't have that hard Sharpie line. It's smoothed out, it's faded in, it's given that kind of a smoky look, and that is so important. We want to look as natural as possible. We want to look like just a slightly polished up version of us. And fellas, I may be talking with the ladies here, but don't you worry, you are coming up. I'm going to be picking on you guys, actually, even a little bit more than the ladies, so don't worry, your turn is coming up quickly. So next we have, here's a more detailed shot of that eye makeup that stopped too far. It doesn't go to the corner of the eye, and it definitely goes under the eye. Here's the thing about under eye makeup. Years ago, it became a thing and people started doing it, and the problem with that is, and especially when they do only under the eye, because of the dark contrast of that hard mark under your eye and then the whites of your eye, it actually, rather than giving you the idea of like, oh, my eye is more open, it actually draws our eyes down. So if you are using that technique, and I have this conversation with my clients, I ask them, how do you wear your makeup? Do you wear under eyeliner? And they're like, oh, yes, I do. Okay. I need you for the next week leading up to your headshot to stop wearing any under eyeliner at all, to get used to it. Now, go ahead and put some mascara on that bottom eyelash. It's just a very light coating of mascara, but don't put any under eye. And they're like, oh, I'm going to look so weird. I'm like, oh, by the end of the week, you'll be used to it. And then by the time we're done with our techniques, you're going to just love it. So having over the eye just softer. And if you have an eye that's a bit hooded, if I only had under eyeliner on my eye, that's going to draw that down, and the hood on top of my eye is going to make it look even like squinch down my eye, or not squinch it, using a headshot term. It's going to clamp down my eye even that much more. So by having contrast only on the upper lid, having eyeliner on the upper lid makes all the difference in the world, because it gives you that most contrast right there and actually draws the eyes up, even when you have a heavy lid. Now, I know there's a huge trend with fake eyelashes. They're lovely. I remember a certain preacher's wife, Tammy Faye Baker, who she had her eyelashes walked into the room before she ever even got there, and with tons and tons and tons of mascara. Thankfully, the eyelash trend isn't all about the mascara. It's more so about length. Now, the picture you're looking at here right now, this is one where it's the kind of glue-on ones that go on just the top of the eye. But they don't, depending on our eye size, they don't always reach over towards the inner part of our eye. That's a problem, because as you can see in this image, and if she maybe would have taken a little bit of eye makeup and brought it down a little closer, it wouldn't be so obvious. But because it stopped, it kind of cuts her eye short. When she has nice almond-shaped eyes, she could have really taken advantage of that. The other problem with the eyelashes that are actually put on individually and underneath is that they get in the way of seeing the eye, seeing the pupil, seeing the beautiful color of the eyes. So it can be quite problematic by having those extensions put on and on the underneath side of it. So if you're going to have a headshot done, I would say have a very detailed question and discussion with your headshot photographer and your eyelash person to make sure you are seeing as much as your eye, that beautiful color, as you possibly can. Another thing with makeup, and this is the last portion about makeup, then I'll be moving on to the hair everywhere portion of my slideshow, is when we ladies have foundation put on, oftentimes we see that they stop at the jawline. And it's always been, make sure you blend your jawline really well. Well, what we need to make sure is, especially when you're having a headshot done, you not only blend the jawline well, but you also go down the neck with your foundation. Now, if you're wearing a white top for your headshot or wearing anything, make sure that you're not getting makeup on your shirt, because that, of course, is problematic, and you would have to do some fancy editing to get that off your white collar, or your retoucher would. So this here, where the neck is brighter, it's not as well blended. And this is an instance, I'll go back to the matte lipstick, where the lipstick it's just so harsh. So it really just kind of makes her lips look very flat. And the other thing is watching out for, I won't talk much about this, but jewelry. The beading that's on her shirt, that is distracting in a headshot. You want to make sure it's a solid color shirt, but not with any kind of like embellishments on it. This here is an example, again, where makeup was done, foundation was done on her face. It was really nice and smooth. And then, but the neck, there's more, you can see just kind of the different pink tones and the different, like you see there's not a base of foundation on the neck there. And then, of course, we have the necklace. And we recommend no jewelry. I tell them the best, if you need to wear jewelry for a headshot, makes you feel amazing, then you want to wear a ring. Rings are acceptable in headshots because our hands are never in headshots. All right, fellas, it's your turn. This one here, okay, this is the one that's going to start getting you to look a little bit closer in the mirror. We are going to talk about ear hair. It's a thing. And I'm not just putting telling this here. I talk to my clients in my letter or my email. It's like ear hair. That's one. There's another one, and then there's another one that I will be ticking off here. It's really true, and it can be like just a stray one. It can be one where it's totally covered, or it's like a peach fuzz, or it's like basically, we have a little small hedge going on right there, and so you're gonna have to clean that up, whether you go to the barber the day before, and it's a thing. Okay, so if you're thinking about having a headshot or you're coaching your clients, it's worth it having this awkward discussion, because we all know if we've ever edited hair, even editing hair off of ears is tedious if you want to get it done right and look natural as possible. So have your clients clean up the ear hair. Next one, even more awkward, nose hair. Who does this? Who talks about nose hair to your clients? It's super awkward. But you know what? If you just make light of it, that this is just, it's a thing. It happens. Even the ladies sometimes. But know that if you're having your headshot done, your photographer will be looking at your nose hair if there is any. And it is, even with beards, sometimes like, well, I have a beard, so it should just roll out my nose and into my beard. No, don't do it. Don't do it. It's crazy. It's just, yeah. So anyway, enough of that awkward conversation. Because, can you think of any other profession that you need to talk about that with? But do it with humor. It'll be just fine. And here's a way to preface it as well. If you're like, I'm super uncomfortable talking about this, you can say, we are about to have an awkward conversation. And just preface it that way. And then whatever they will imagine in their mind is way worse than you coming out with the word saying ear hair or nose hair. They'll be like, oh, okay, that's what you want to talk about? Oh, sure, no problem. So another thing is sometimes, fellas, we have hair on our neck. It's just a thing. It's the older we get, the more hair comes out of places we had no idea it's going to show up at. So just make sure you want to let them know, clean up that neck. And now something for the ladies. I have a giveaway for the ladies regarding this next topic that I have. So if you are watching and in the comments type peaches after what you hear what I have to say, you're going to be entered into a drawing. So ladies, we have peach fuzz. It's a thing when we get older. There are different circumstances where we have peach fuzz on our face, and then we go and we put foundation on our face, and the foundation actually will not only highlight the peach fuzz, but it will also kind of make it stand out a little bit more, and it's a thing. Now you're like, well, Pam, I'm not going to shave my face. I mean, that's, and that's why the giveaway I have is only for the ladies, because the fellas are used to shaving their faces and all that stuff. So I thought I would gift this just to the ladies, because here's an example of someone who has taken the peach fuzz off of their face. And look at how beautifully the makeup, the foundation just lays on her face and blends in and actually looks more youthful. And who doesn't want to look more youthful, right? So this little giveaway that I have, let me unwrap it. Surprise. Sorry about all the wrapping noises. I have for you a wall. That's right. Whoops, it's upside down. A micro grooming trimmer that says for a man. However, this is what I use. Admittedly. Awkward, admitting that I get rid of my peach fuzz, but it makes all the difference. It's a battery-operated peach fuzz remover, and it has a pen. It's the size of a pen. Easy to carry, has a tiny little head on it, and it just takes that fuzz right off of you. Now you're like, will I grow a beard? No, you won't. Do I have a beard? Nope, no beard. So I encourage you to do this. So if you're watching this live, oh, thank you very much for taking that for me, Eric. If you're watching this live and you see the comments and you type in the comments, peaches, I'm going to get in touch with you and mail this to you, one lucky person. And we only have 6 opportunities because we're going to roll the dice, and whoever's name comes up is going to win that. So let me set this down here. Next, we have the technical part, because a lot of people want to know, okay, Pam, what gear do you use? Here's my gear list. This list is everything that I have that it takes to do a headshot. Now, do you need all of this? No, you don't. But over time, I've just worked towards perfecting my headshot photography. It's not only the education that I get through the headshot crew, it's not only the equipment that I have, it's all of those things combined together that has allowed me to get to where I am right now. So I thought I won't go too technical. I do shoot Canon R4 mirrorless with the 85mm 1.2 lens on it, as you can see right here in camera. And I shoot with the ProMaster TTL 600 wireless lights. I love these lights. These are ones that have worked very well. They're wireless, so I don't have cords all over the place. And they've just been absolutely terrific. And the light stands I have are Manfrotto column stands with the grip that allows me to easily raise and lower the heights of my lights quickly as I'm doing a headshot. And then my background is the Lastolite 6-foot by 7-foot background with a gray cover, because I've really just gotten used to shooting the gray and really love that. And I shoot into Capture One for my tethering needs. Capture One. So that concludes the technical portion of the presentation. Next, what to wear. Now this clip, it's a very short clip, and Sapphire hired a chipmunk to overdub the audio. So you're going to want to, if there's other noise going on in the background, you're going to want to silence that noise because she speaks very quickly. The squirrel or chipmunk is very fast about what she's saying, but you'll see the visual pictures on what she's talking about. And I'm going to switch over real quick from my presentation mode to the YouTube video that you're about to watch, and I hope you enjoy it. It's just, I'm going to let it speak for itself. And how are we on the audio? Here we go. So normally there will be audio playing right now for the live audience, but that's okay that there's not. Can they hear audio in the back? No, I'm technical people without my glasses. Is there audio going on with for the audience that's watching? Yes, great. So these are examples. You can see how that shirt doesn't fit her very well. And then, well, that one's kind of, but you can't crop a headshot like that because she'll look naked, right? Yeah. This one, the sleeves, I mean, it makes her look huge. And the sleeve should be up here and high. It's not. And then she kind of gets a little zoom. It's too busy. You cannot wear a shirt like that. And I'm assuming that I'm muted here while I'm talking to my audience, and that's going, right? So here's where that sweater, not good. This is one that's more tailored, fitting much better. Little jean jacket. Okay. Coming to the end, that shirt that she had on before. See the collar flares out? That other collar has been washed a ton of times. This here is actually a dress. You can use a dress in a headshot. And then the different colors. Whatever color looks best on you, get the most compliments on, you're going to want to choose. And then Sapphire gets her little glitter on and starts just being totally goofy. You can see this on YouTube. It's there live if you want to hear the audio, folks, in the audience. And then credits. Spec Media Final Cut Pro. All right, that's it. Thank you. And we'll come back to the slideshow. All right. So, how did you enjoy that video? I hope you did in the comments. If you want to see that again, if you like that one really, really fast, you can just go to STUKENBORG Photo on my YouTube channel and you will see what to wear in headshots. Or if you want to share it with a client that you're like, oh, I need to help them know what to wear. And even though it's just a female showing clothes and clothes options, the same rules applies to the fellas. Solid colors. Make sure it fits you well in the shoulder. Make sure it fits you well in the collar. All these things. And I'm going to go over that right now in the next slide here. Let me get back to presentation mode. Okay. So, solid colors. You can see how with this jacket here, nice gray jacket, but the plaid shirt, it just is going to take away from the whole headshot in its whole concept. Here's where there's a solid blue shirt. So many gentlemen look so good in blue shirts. It's definitely a great go-to. But as you can see, the difference between the solid versus the plaid, it really makes it more just about the person, the headshot. We don't want things that are distracting. This one here, the fit, how that collar fits you at your neck if you're going to button it. Like if he was going to try to button this shirt, I don't think it would make it. It would probably make it right about here. And here's what my heart just goes out to clients who they come in for their headshot, they have had their shirts dry clean that they've had in the closet, they bring them in, they haven't tried them on, and I have a bathroom located right off my studio, and they're in there and they're trying to button it, and they're like, oh, well, I guess I've put on a few pounds, during COVID, oh no, and that puts the whammy on them. I mean, that's a confidence drain, and we want our clients to go in there feeling like they are rock stars, so I tell my clients, put the shirt on before before you come to the session. Put it on before you have it dry cleaned and ready to go, because you want to make sure that's fitting you so well. We have another one here where this poor gentleman, I mean, the collar, you could probably put that around about 1.5 times. It was so big on him, but thankfully he didn't need to wear a tie, and then through the miracle of Photoshop, I had my retoucher kind of tighten that up and make it look like it fit his neck much better than that. But as you can see, even with the ill-fittingness of it, still compared to the contrast of the plaid shirt, that you've got the t-shirt, the plaid shirt, and the jacket, like all those things are competing for the attention that we want right here in the person's face. Ties. Gentlemen, single Windsor knots. They may work during the day for the office or whatnot, but if you're going to have a headshot, you want a double Windsor tie, because look at how balanced this knot looks compared to the red tie. We want to make sure, and in my cover letter, I tell them, now listen, if you don't know how to tie a double Windsor knot, no problem. I charge extra for that, but I'll take care of you. But actually, I don't charge extra, but I can tie a double Windsor knot. And if you're wondering if you want to have hone up on your skills there, you can always YouTube it. We can learn so much from YouTube. So I want to close out this portion of my talk with a story of one of my clients. And then we're going to head into the live demo, where I have a couple of willing participants. Even after talking about the awkward things I talked about, they're still willing to get up here in front of my camera, and it's not a problem, because whatever situation we come across, we photographers, we know, we just deal with it. We handle it. It's never a problem. So this next client that I'm going to show you, she came to me, needed a headshot for work purposes, and had brought some different clothing selections. And there are times when, you know what, those selections are good, but maybe there's like a few too many, whether it's few black tops, few white tops, similar colors, similar fits. And so sometimes we don't have quite enough variety. And if there is a client who is like close to my size, or even, you know, if we need to like just barely make it fit, we only need it for just that, you know, that one shot, I will go to my closet and I'll grab something. I'm like, here, put this on. Here, try this. And they do. They're willing to. I so appreciate my clients. They're always willing to do things that I put them up to. But this particular client, she stepped out of the bathroom in this top. And she said to me, Pam, I could cry. And I don't like to make my clients cry. But she shared that she had lost 80 pounds. And that this shirt was from Black White. And she saw the size on it. It was really tiny. And she said, I haven't known for months. Actually, I think it was 18 months. Haven't known exactly what size I am, because we've been on lockdown and they closed the dressing rooms. So I just have to guess what size I am. And she said, and I've never been able to shop at Black White before, because I've never been small enough to go in their store. None of their clothes ever fit me. And that's why she felt like she could cry. And I'll tell you, yes, please. Headshot photography, it impacts lives. It's not just taking a picture. It's how we're making people feel. And she felt amazing and beautiful. And she had worked so hard to get healthy. And to be able to witness that moment was unbelievable. So now I must collect myself. Thank you, Bernie, for your hanky. And I'll put my next slide up. That's just where you can reach me, where you can find me on social. And I hope that you found this kind of awkward presentation at times something helpful, something that's inspiring. And we have people in our headshot crew that are like 70 years old and just starting. And it's changing their lives. It changes not only our life as a headshot photographer, it also the impact we see on others is just amazing. So have fun with it. If you're having fun with your headshot photography, your client on the other side of the screen is going to have fun. So let's go ahead and we're gonna do that now. We're gonna switch over to a live demo. So I would like to ask Cedric to come up here. And Cedric is my first willing participant. And do we have, let's see, we have 20 minutes left? Thank you, 20 minutes left. And were there any questions? Okay, no question, perfect. We can get right to live shooting.
Okay.
Cedric, you look amazing.
Well,
thank you. Okay, so now normally, because this is kind of a live, just walk-on situation, I would ask my client if they could take off their necklace and their earring, but we're leaving it. We're leaving it because we're gonna make sure we get it's more about your expression, what we've got going on here with you right now. So I coach my clients in a way where our headshot really starts at the bottom of our feet, believe it or not. Okay. So now if we're standing here, we're kind of like, okay, we're on camera. Why don't you come over this way just a little closer, okay? We're on camera. We might be feeling a bit awkward, a little nervous.
A little bit.
Yeah, that's okay. You're in good hands. And so if you and I were just, say, enjoying our favorite beverage together, we wouldn't be standing here like this. We'd be like, Cedric,
Pam,
how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Fabulous. So we would we'd have a little bend in our knee, right?
Right.
Okay.
Mhm.
What that does is it helps take the tension out of our neck. Like, oh, yes, very good.
Much better.
Yes. So I'm going to ask you to do things on here on camera where I'm going to say things like, Cedric, I want you to go ahead and push your forehead towards my hand. Okay. You just pushed at me towards your hips. So it's so funny. So often this happens. I push your forehead towards my hands and people, they just tip forward. Well, we don't want to tip at the hips because then we're going to see the tops of your shoulders. So you're going to stay up nice and straight, but with that little kind of bend in the knee. And so your arms are going to actually be down straight by your side. Because if we go like this, it makes us look really, really wide. So now when you press your forehead towards me, I'm going to put my hand on your arm there. Your head's going to come towards just your head. Now I'm going to say, let's bring your face down just a little bit. Press your forehead towards my hand a little harder. Just your head, like a chicken. Forehead comes down just a little bit. Beautiful. And then you're going to hold that pose, and the eyes just come back and connect with the camera. Okay. All right? So the first couple shots I'm going to take is just to dial in on my lighting. So you can go stand behind there, and then I will get you into position. And so we're starting from like square one, have not even adjusted my lights yet, which I will. And then I'm going to have our subject, Cedric. And Cedric, here's where I'm going to have you stand actually is much closer. You're going to be right about here. You're going to get up close and personal with my lights, okay? Exactly. Oh, yes, okay. So let's see, that's pretty decent. I'm going to back up just a little bit. There we go. Wonderful. And we have lots of lights competing for your attention right now. And I'm going to adjust the height of my camera. How are you feeling in front of those lights?
Different.
Yes. And the great thing about my LED lights is that they are, they're not warm. And I'm going to take a moment and adjust my tripod. Here's an easy little tip. Adjust just one leg, lock that, and then adjust the others. Just undo them or untwist them like some other things are, but that's how you get them all the same height really quickly. That was a bonus tip. Was not included in the original presentation. Okay, so then make sure your legs are all nice and tight. Everything's connected. Things are on and firing. Very good. And let me adjust my height here, Cedric. Super. And Cedric, I want you to go ahead and put your weight on your back foot. There we go. Super. And I'm just going to do a test. You don't have to do anything really in particular. Oh, yes. Guess what I've determined? Cedric, you're handsome. Look at the camera. Get that head out towards me a little bit more. Chin down just a tad. Nice right there. Very good. Very good. Oh, that's super. I'm going to just move this over just a tiny, tiny bit. We don't want that eating into your shoulders. Very good. Cedric, what do you do for work?
I'm a heavy equipment operator.
Heavy equipment operator. That explains the buff. All right. Nice. So we're all relaxed. We're thinking about that favorite beverage. Exactly. Right there, Cedric. And so, Cedric, I would like you. Oh, yeah, right there. That little hint you gave me, bring your nose up, have your finger follow my nose. No, the other way around. And press forehead towards my hand a little further. Not the hips. Nice. Forehead comes down just a little bit. And go ahead and point the corners of your mouth towards the edges of your ears. Yes. Oh, yeah. Look at the camera right now. Nice. Right now. Excellent. Excellent. I know. We can't help but laugh doing this, can we? Phew. Nice deep breath in. Okay. And then oftentimes, if we've been smiling too much, I have my clients do what I call, well, it's called the blowfish. I didn't name it personally. It's there. If our mouth can get tired of smiling, so we just go, and then I snap the picture. I'm not going to do that to you. No problem. What if I did? No, I wouldn't do that. Nice. Look at the camera right there. Awesome. Now, I'm going to have you, Cedric, I'm going to have you go ahead and have your shoulders go this way. So let's face the opposite direction. There we go. Super. Yes. Oh, fabulous. Bring your nose over this way a little bit more. Oh, super. Because we have a good side, and then we have our best side, Cedric. You give me your best side today? I think you are. All right, right there. Wonderful. Tilt the head this way just a little bit. Nice. Bring the nose over this way just a tad. All right, now, let's see. If you were, let's see, you're a heavy equipment operator. What's the largest thing you've ever moved?
Wow.
You better not say your wife, Cedric. Hold that pose. Look at the camera. Jam your forehead towards my hand. More. You're good. Oh, like a chicken. You got it right there. Nice. You didn't see that one coming, did you, Cedric?
I did not.
Nice, nice. Well, Cedric, why don't you come around here? You can see the pictures real quick, and we'll just go back. And this is what I do with my clients: is we start out at square one, and then we just look at the pictures. That's just a mugshot, and then nice. But we're kind of just working things out here. Then we're gonna go that arrow down there, and we just look through the pictures. We're having a great time. You can't help but laugh, Cedric. And then you kind of pause for me there, but I want a little more juice. Then we laugh, and let's change up just a tad. There we go, big laugh right there. And then love that expression, Cedric. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
did
ma'am.
awesome, and I'll make sure you get these.
Thank you.
Okay. So that was Cedric. A round of applause for Cedric. Thank you, Cedric. Okay, next we're gonna have Destiny. Destiny, come on up here. We can clap for Destiny. Thank you, Destiny. Come on up. Okay. So with Destiny, we have a few more challenges unlike we had with Cedric. Cedric had a very handsome beard, and now Destiny has some hair, and hair we have to deal with occasionally. And that's okay. We can do this. She wore a nice solid color top, which is great. And she's got her makeup done nicely. And I didn't even bother talking about eyebrows because eyebrow fashion is out of control. I don't even know. I don't even know where to go with it. All I know is that I plucked way too many eyebrows back in the day, and now I'm trying to grow them back, and it's just a thing. So we don't have that problem with Destiny. Destiny, I'm going to have you step on the other side of the camera there. And just doing a time check. We have 15 minutes. Awesome. If you have any questions you want to ask me during this, please feel free to put them in the comments. I would love to hear from you, or even comments. Doesn't have to be a question if you don't want to ask a question, so no problem. Destiny, I'm going to have you come stand up closer here. Very good. And let's see. Destiny. Okay, you're a little bit shorter than Cedric, so no problem. That's what I love about these things. You can adjust them just a little bit. All right, and I'm going to adjust my bottom light here as well. Very good. Okay, excellent. Destiny. And I'm going to have you just come just a tiny bit closer. Very good. Super. Yes, you're doing great. Destiny's never been on my side of the camera before. Or neither had Cedric, but look at that. He is a pro, a real pro. So I'm going to now adjust the height of my camera as well. There we go. Very good. And I went from the 5D Mark IV to shooting with the R6, and I will tell you what I love about it. It is great. It gives me, I can see if I need to make an adjustment, I can see right in real time what adjustment I'm making to the lighting and everything. It just is fabulous. So Destiny, here's what I'm going to do. Go ahead and flare your arms out like this. Okay, yep, I'm gonna take a shot of you, yes, oh yes. So often we ladies, we do this, okay? But in a headshot, oh no, that's not the look we're going for. You're gonna drop your hands down to the side, relax. Now, like I have with Cedric, we're enjoying a beverage together, so weight's on that back foot, and you're just gonna sink into that, super. With your shoulders relaxed, your palms are just gonna face me. Okay, and then you're going to raise them up just a little bit, super, and then flare them out just a tad, excellent. All the time you're thinking, my arms are so relaxed, it doesn't feel weird at all, okay? Nice. Now, what I'm now going to have you do is, now see how that slimmed her right down, and you can look if you want to. Yeah, it just, rather than being like all broad, because if I cropped her up here, she'd be like looking rather huge, and she's not, she's tiny. Okay. So I'm going to have you actually go ahead and face this softbox here. There we go. You're going to bring your nose around here. Super. Very good. And then your arms are just going to be just relaxed. Okay, it doesn't have to be smack tight to the side. Just kind of relaxed. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and adjust this little, she's got a nice little ruffle there. Okay. And so these little fine details with the clothing, you want to keep an eye out for those, because that will save your life in Photoshop. You're not trying to fix all these things. So I need to wear like some sort of a Fitbit thing to see how many, during an actual headshot session, how many times I walk back and forth, whether I'm fixing hair. And sometimes you get up close here and I go and I fix the hair, and then I come back and look at the camera, it's like, oh, dag nabbit, I missed it. I totally didn't do the right thing. And I'm going to bring this hair forward here because you have lovely auburn hair. It's beautiful. And then we'll make sure we're not covering up the eyes. And then, as Cedric did so well, followed my finger with his nose, not my nose with his finger. There you go, that's awkward. Bring it this way. And I come on this side, and there's a hair that is going up and touching right into her chin. It looks like it's coming out of the chin instead of into it. No. And Destiny did not wear earrings. Great job, Destiny. I'm so proud of you. She wore a watch. Watches are acceptable in headshots. Okay, Destiny, and I'm going to do one little test shot here. You don't have to do anything. Exactly. Yeah, you did not. You closed your eyes on me. And I'm going to fix this little ruffle here. And if you do have women who want to wear lots of ruffles, I'd say try to stay a little bit away from it. Like, how about this little outfit? This is crazy, but the shoulders, it would work because these big bell arms would not be in the shot. So, all right, Destiny. I'm going to have you tilt your head this way just a little bit. Beautiful. Bring your nose around this way just a little bit more. Super. There you go. Nice. Now, I want to see some buckies. Give me some teeth. There you go. There you go. Beautiful. You know, my nickname, no, I'm not going to tell you that. Well, you probably just guessed it. I told you. I'll bring your nose over this way a little bit more. Tilt your head up this way just a tad. Excellent. Forehead comes down just a teeny bit. Super. All right, Destiny, if you were a bank robber, what would your bank robber handle name be? You can't think of it right now. Does your car have a nickname?
I call it Big Boy because it's really big.
That's awesome. I did not expect that. And I'm going to bring my camera just a tiny bit closer. You are so funny. Oh, yes. Here's what happens with those ones. Delete. Nobody sees that ever again. It's gone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yes, that's the thing. We don't need pictures like that. Bring your nose over. Although it was very fun. Forehead comes down just a tiny bit. Excellent. Excellent. Now, I'm also watching, too. The hair is encroaching upon the eye just a little bit. There we go. Yep, no problem. We'll bring it down just a tad. And now, I'm going to have you actually face the softbox now. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. And, yes, let's see here. Let's see what we've got. It must be noontime. Is that what I'm getting from the siren that's going off? Okay. Oh, there's a tornado. In Oklahoma, it could be a tornado. Trust me, it's good to ask. Let's go ahead over this way just a tiny bit. There you go. Yeah, perfect. Super. Super. Okay. Now, I'm going to check in. Let's bring that back shoulder towards me just a little bit because I want to see, I was seeing just the ruffle of the sleeve. We want to see just a little bit of the arm because otherwise you'd be a one-arm bandit. And if your client's wearing a black shirt, always have a lint brush handy because it is a thing. Lint is a thing. All right, super. So Destiny, tilt your head this way just a little bit. Nice. Forward comes down just a tad. Great. Now I want you to think of something extremely sneaky. More sneaky than that. Something that like you won't do jail time for. Forward comes down just a teeny bit. Nice. Very good. Very good. Awesome. Okay. Now, one last thing. If this was the last picture I was going to take, and you had to give me some sass in those eyes, a little bit of eyebrow pressure. Oh, yes, there you go. Nice. Bring that forward, that back shoulder towards me just a tiny bit more. Beautiful. Forward comes down just a little. Nice. Excellent. Excellent. And I'm going to go ahead and have you turn even a little bit more to the side. The other. There you go. Excellent. Excellent. Just for fun. And you can look down your shoulder. You got it right there. Yes. Excellent. Bring that chin up just a little. Tilt the head this way just a tad. Forward comes down just a hair. Nice. Very good. Very good. Awesome. Awesome. And then imagine Cosmo just called. They're like, we saw your headshot live on YouTube. We need you. We want you bad. Bring that shoulder towards me just a little bit more. Super. Awesome. Right there. Great. Tilt the head this way just a little bit. And then go back to that sneaky, sneaky place. I won't get you in jail. Yes? It's so hard not to smile when we're thinking about that, is it? Yes. Oh, very good. And then flip you back the other side. The other way. Yep, there you go. Awesome. Right there. Nice. Bring the back shoulder towards me just a little bit. Tilt the head away just this a little bit more. Forward comes down just a tad. Wiggle your left toe. Excellent. No, other left toe. Yep, bring your nose around this way just a little bit more. Nice. Forward comes down just a hair. Nice. Chin come out just a teeny bit. Forward down just a head. Nice. Very good. Give me some buckies. Yes, yes. Nice. Very good. Very good. Let's relax all that. Okay. Deep breath in. It's always good to have your clients take a deep breath in after you've like put them through the paces and you're going bam, 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 bam. They're just like, deep breath in. Whew. And they're like, all right, is this the last shot for real? And so I want you to go ahead and give me sultry. Oh, that's great. Or it's just like, channel your inner, no, not her. Oh, no, not her. Bring your nose over this way. Forward, down, just a hair. Nice. Ah, did I get it? Did I get it? Ah, yes, yes. Nice. Forward comes back just a teeny bit. Nice. And then I want you to give me a little bit of eyebrow pressure. Ah, there you go. Oh, yes, yes. That was great with the pressure. So many people raise their eyes. So eyebrow pressure, and they go, and they go up there. I'm like, what are you doing? Yeah, put those down. Put them down just a little bit. All right, so now I'm going to breathe in through your nose nicely. Be like, whoa, okay, is this almost over? Yeah. Forward comes down just a tad. Now, Pam, this has been so fun. Nose comes this way just a little bit more. Excellent, excellent. All right. And let's see. There. Okay, nice. So, come on over. We took a few more, but ladies, I'm telling you, ladies always take longer. It's true. It's just true. We got hair to fuss with. We got other things. Let me just get rid of that right there. Okay. So we've gone back here. This was our example. See how the arms flared out? Yep, we don't flare. That's not how we roll. And then we got them down by our sides, but then they were clamped in super, super tight. So that's why I was like, okay, let's kind of just relax that just a little bit, and which you did. Takes instruction well. Destiny, thank you. And then we just kind of flip through, and which are the ones that evoke emotion? Which one's like, oh, look at that little bit of a sass there. And then, how about that one? That one's cute. That one's adorable. And so during my process, as we're flipping through, if there are ones that are like really jumping out, I'm going to go ahead and hit the one key and like star them. And then we'll go through the process and compare them, just so you kind of know what my process is. That's very sweet. And then like get the head turned just a little bit more. And I talk through this whole thing with my clients as we go through this whole thing. That one that we kind of pull back, we're going to just delete, no problem. And then that one's really pretty. And then actually there. Okay. and then that last one. So I think this one, see how the micro expression in the eyes, that's what I'm looking for. What's the change that we've had happen? So the joy is dialed up in this one, absolutely, that's fabulous. And then this one here is just a little bit more subtle. So I think, between those last two there, we definitely have something to work with here. So Destiny, thank you very much, appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we have 2 minutes? Oh, 2 questions. Okay, we have 2 questions. Where do you purchase the clamps for the light stands? As far as we're talking about these here, these come with the stand. Yes, these stands here, it all comes with this already attached. You just have to put the 2 poles together. The bottom feet, I don't know if you can see them, the 3 legs that stand out, they fold up against this. So this is an 8-foot pole that I can fit in my little sedan car that I've got. So it's very portable, really like that. And then we have, where do you set your camera height? Mike Thompson, excellent. And the first one, who asked the first question? Oh, Eric Mackey asked the first question. Thank you, Eric. And of course, I got those from Bedford's, and they can special order them because it's not a stock item. But the other question what was the other question? Oh, camera height. All right. We are wanting to be kind of like right at the jaw, because with a headshot, we want to be looking directly at the person's eyes. We don't want to be like shooting down on them like I'm on a 6-foot step ladder and they're like, hi. No, that's like throw me back to the Wayback Machine and put me in 1980 and you'll get that. Or we don't want to be shooting up on them, because then, it's like they're looking down at you, and it's not always a great camera angle, and you're looking up their nose at maybe the nose hairs they hadn't trimmed yet. Remember? So that's it's always, because here when you're having a conversation with someone and you're looking straight on one-on-one, it's just you're equal, you're colleagues. It's really the way to go. And so when someone pulls up your image, because if you provide any kind of a service, someone's meeting for the first time, know that they have gone to Google, put your name in the Google search to see who is this character showing up. Are they an axe murderer? Do I really want to let them in my home? Do I want to meet them somewhere? That's why it's important to have a headshot where the person, for one, you look like you. And when the biggest compliments are, people like when they look at the headshot, like, that looks just like me. When people meet me, they're like, oh yeah, absolutely. And I want to go ahead and grab, let's see, I just want to put my starred, where's Cedric here? I want my other star Cedric on here. And do I have time to get anybody else? Yes?
You're out of time.
I'm out of time.
Drawing to do.
Okay. Oh, the drawing. Yes. Okay. We can't forget the drawing. All right. No problem. I just wanted to put these here up for. Okay. Cedric. And just so people can have them on screen. Okay. The drawing. Alrighty, so I have this dice that you can draw on it with a white erase board, and people who put their name on here wrote Peaches, and you're going to win this, and you'll need to go ahead and go to my social media, like Instagram, direct message me, it's just STUKENBORG photo, and so I'm going to go ahead and roll the dice. Should I do it on stage so they can see it? Okay. Whoops, uh-oh. I didn't realize it'd be so bouncy. I haven't rolled it yet. So we have KC Broad is the winner of our special, the wall. And Walmart sells these for less than $15. So if you're not the winner, please don't feel too bad, but you can pick yourself up one, and it is well worth it. Okay, KC Wall. You got that name written down, sweetheart? All right, thank you. No, KC Wall. It's not KC Wall. That's the wall. It's KC Broad. KS Broad. Thank you. KS Bride. I was thinking, Kentucky Fried Chicken. I'm getting hungry. So thank you so much. I hope you've enjoyed this presentation. And if you have any questions after this is off, feel free to touch base with me on social media. Everything's under Stukenborg Photo. And I'm happy to answer any questions or just be a source of encouragement should you be considering anything to do with headshot photography. Pam Stukenborg. Bye.
Hi guys, welcome back. So, it has been an exciting day so far. We still have a couple of great speakers for you, including our keynote speaker, Luke, this afternoon. But, you know, with all the great prizes we have going on, and I'm sure you're looking for that special word, and we have a special word for the next hour to get you those 25 extra votes, and the word is actually a number, 1974. Do you know what that comes from?
I do not.
You do not?
Nope.
Well, I'm going to tell you. That's when Bedford Camera and Video was formed. 1974. I'm still older than Bedford Camera and Video. Just FYI. You're not. Not even close.
No.
No, you're like born in 1990. We're not going to say that to anybody specific, but we have some great prizes you guys can win for our door prizes. And one of those door prizes is this kit from Rode. We have 3 of them that fits 3 different systems. But I want you to tell us, because I was looking at this earlier and they would not let me bust the seal because I really wanted to get my grubby hands on it. I'm just, now does it come with the light as well or just the microphone?
It does come with the light as well. So the 3 different kits, as we were talking about, and by the way, come on down to Bedford's too, and I do have the universal kit with me as well, so you can touch it if you'd like, right? We can get our hands on it.
You do have it, but not with you right now.
Not in this location, at the store location.
Oh, at the store location. So basically what he's saying is Rode is great with microphones, but not great bringing supplies to an interview.
That is not what I said. Not what I said. Not what I said at all. See, that we did. See, we brought 3 so that they could definitely get them, right?
Absolutely. So tell us a little bit more about these.
Right. So the full vlogger kit, the universal kit, is the one that has the options, right? So you actually do get a dual cold shoe mount, which is the DCS1, this little shoe mount right on top of it. So you have a stand, a phone holder, right? So just like a clamp, a clip for the phone.
So the stand comes with it too?
Everything you're seeing on that picture comes inside of that box.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you'll notice, I'm sure a few people have already kind of noticed that with, say, like the iOS version or the USB-C version,
right?
There's no dual cold shoe mount because with the Video Micro, which is stock with the universal kit, because you could actually take that off of the vlogger kit today and tomorrow go place it on your DSLR otherwise. Yeah, you get both cables.
Oh, that's great. So you can go either way if you get the universal kit.
It's versatile. Exactly.
Very versatile.
Hence the universal name, right? And then with the iOS and the USB-C, USB-C is going to definitely cater to those Android users, iPads with the new USB-C. And then with the iOS version, it's going to be Lightning port for your iPhones and various things like that. Pop it right into your phone and then into the mount. The light goes on top of that shoe mount stand. Stand is very, very nice. It's a nice hard plastic with 2 leg stages, or heights, I should say. So actually, those legs will spread out almost perfectly flat. I mean, they go way low, or you can actually have it on a taller setting too, depending on what you're trying to do, like what kind of flexibility.
Wow, that is awesome. I actually have that little Rode mic that plugs right in.
Right.
And it's amazing whenever I do my like selfie videos, it's really sensitive. You know, I want to talk on one more project because, you know, being a podcast with the PhotoFacts podcast, we love the Rodecaster Pro, and we're actually using it today in our production. I want to know from Rode, are you guys coming out with a smaller unit?
I have no idea, actually. Yeah, no.
That's what you always say. I'm trying to trap you.
Me again. Yeah. Well, and I honestly, without the road shirt, right, Ryan White,
Yes.
the audio
And
engineer.
without the Westcott
yeah,
shirt, yes.
I would love to see a 2-channel version, a 4-channel version, an 8-channel version. You know what I mean? But we are a small company out in Sydney, Australia, manufacturing all these as fast as humanly possible. They're doing an amazing job with that. We found the product that would suit the biggest part of the market, and then I hope we expand upon it, and I hope there's just a bunch of different add-ons. I mean, every other week we've come out with a firmware update, you know, going to multi-channel and all that stuff.
Right.
So bear with us. I'm sure it's going to happen, but
Well, I have to say we love the guys over at Rode because I have to say the Rodecaster Pro you cannot get a better product. It has everything you need in it. I mean, you can hook up a phone, you can hook up a computer, 4 input jacks. I mean, it's crazy.
I love it. How often when you sit down to do your podcast do you actually think about the audio levels too much? I know it's a little daunting at first, right?
It is.
But once you start using the thing, it's like, boom, turn it on. I'm going to do my podcast now.
Oh my God, it's so easy. It's amazing. If you have any questions about that, please hit up Ryan White over at Rode, or you can even call me or my partner Jim at the PhotoFacts podcast, and we'll tell you all about that great product. So remember, the word for this hour is 1974, but I want to give you guys a bonus because I want people to win all these products. We have Sigma gift card, we have Tamron, stuff from Westcott, we have the Instax, we have Rode. We have an incredible camera kit from Fujifilm, the S10 kit. It's amazing. We have SKB cases, which are kind of hidden behind that. SKB cases. I actually own this case with a Think Tank interior, and I bought it for one reason. I'm 5'8", and I'm shrinking daily. And when I shoot weddings and events, I can actually stand on this case.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is absolutely incredible. It is beat to heck, but it works.
Speaking of the Rodecaster Pro, I travel with 2 of them. So 2 Rodecaster Pros, 2 SKB cases specifically to the Rodecaster Pro. So
No, wait. I didn't know you. Is there an insert for it specific?
Oh, they make it like it's called the Rodecaster Pro case, like from SKB. You just Google SKB Rodecaster Pro case. They have 2 options. They have one with 2 microphones set up and a few smaller. That's what I travel with.
Right.
Then they have the large size, which is for 4-person podcast with 4 PSA 1s. So it's the full bore massive kit.
Jim Felder, attention Jim Felder, we're going to be spending some dollars really soon. I didn't know we even had that available.
I know.
So we're going to be having to head on to Bedford's. And remember that all 7 stores are open till 6 p.m. tonight. They're paying the sales tax on any purchases. And if you bring in your used equipment to trade up, we have a trade-up event at all the stores, and we'll give you an extra 10% if you turn around and buy in the store. So thank you so much, Ryan. It's great seeing you. We're going to take a 15-minute break and get ready for our next speaker.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, we'll appreciate it. Hi, guys. Welcome back, and we're getting ready for our next speaker. We still have plenty of action today, but before we get to that introduction, I really want you guys to win some of these great prizes from everybody. You can go to PhotoCon. OKC.com/door prizes for your chance to win all of these. And that keyword, that special word that gets you those extra 25 votes for this hour is 1974. That's the year that Bedford Camera and Video became a household name. All right, so just because I want you guys to really win all this awesome goodness, I'm going to give you only this time all the other words from yesterday. So go try those out. So the first one was Canon, Sigma, Rode, SKB, Tamron, Westcott, and the one we had this morning was Springfield and Instax. So get those words in there so you can get your extra votes. You can win all this goodness. And now we're going to turn it over to the queen of madness, the one and only Pam. Well, I know what your last name is, but I was trying to think of something like really funny, but I couldn't come up with it. So you're it right there. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I was 7 years old when Bedfords got onto the radar of the world. That is amazing. So today's speaker this afternoon. This speaker is, I've known him mostly for his amazing underwater photography. And he's recently moved, and his new home does not have a pool. So if you would like to have experience with an underwater shoot, you're going to want to get a hold of our next speaker. If you got a pool, this is like Tinder for pools and people. I think there's a word for it. Yeah, no, not Tinder. But anyway, so yeah, so if you're in the Oklahoma City area and you want to have this experience and see Giovanni work his magic underwater with models and photography, it is amazing to witness. But today, he is talking about how you can mimic Photoshop techniques in Lightroom. Who knew you could do that? Well, Giovanni DELEON. He knows how to do it, and he's here to show you today. And we'd love to welcome to this afternoon stage, Giovanni DELEON. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, like Pam said, my name is Giovanni DELEON. I am always proud to say this, that I am one of the instructors here at Bedford's Camera. I love what I do. I love editing, and just like what Pam said, I especially love to shoot underwater. And shooting underwater, there's a lot of challenges to edit, right? Unfortunately, today I don't have, and I'm not going to be editing anything underwater just because what happened last year, I wasn't able to do all of that fun stuff. And like Pam mentioned earlier, I just got a new place and don't have a pool. So if you do have one, feel free to reach out to me. While in the meantime, I'll be looking for one if I can install one to my backyard. But going back to the subject, I am a big Lightroom user. Majority of the time when I have to do really fine edits, I'll hop over to Photoshop. Photoshop has always been my bread and butter. I absolutely love it. It gets the job done really fast, really easily, and it's just a big lifesaver. But being an instructor here, I know I have hardcore Lightroom photographers. Sorry. So I know Photoshop could be a little bit intimidating, and we wish that we could do everything in Lightroom, but unfortunately the bad news about that is that Photoshop is never going to go away. Lightroom will never be like Photoshop, but we could get close enough to get a little bit of features that Photoshop has to offer in Lightroom, right? So let's just hop to it and do some live editing while we're at it, okay? So one of the big thing about Photoshop is that you could composite, bring multiple images into one. Now, this is a very old feature. It's been in Lightroom for quite some time, but for a lot of folks that, in my surprise, still don't know about this, that you could do HDR and panoramic right out of Lightroom. You don't have to go to Photoshop anymore and bash them up. You could just do it right here, okay? These two little tricks are going to be really, really quick. and then we're going to get a little bit into more fine tuning, all right? So if you come here to our HDR, by the way, this is not my photograph. It actually belongs to somebody else. I saw it from the web. And I wish I copied his handle, but we're going to do what we're going to do. So first things first, when we're working with HDR, obviously we're going to have multiple photographs. We're going to have one that's overly exposed, properly exposed, and underexposed. For this example, we got 9 shots. And really, you could do multiple shots. The less, the better. I mean, the more, the better. But you at least need a minimum of 3. All right? We're going to group our photographs over here, like we did. Highlight them all. Do a right-click. Photo merge. HDR. And what this is going to do, it's going to take all your photograph. Ooh, give me a quick sec. You see what happens when you go live? You get a little bit of technical difficulties. Did I accidentally have an HDR one? There it is. Okay. We're going to leave number 9 out. And number 8. There we go. Okay, so what happened there is I did a couple test shots before I decided to teach the class and forgot to remove them. You cannot obviously do an HDR shot with an HDR shot, and I have 2 of them in there. Okay, so what's going on here is that we took all 7 shots over here and we grouped them into 1. And the biggest thing about HDR is that if we photograph a landscape shot like this, and it's a very famous attraction, we're going to have a lot of people coming in and out, walking into our frames as we take multiple shots, and they're not going to be in the same position every single time. So one of the nice features about this right here is that it has a de-ghost, right? If I were to go to none, we'll see a lot of ghosting effect in our foreground. So what Lightroom has to offer, you can see it right here, right in the center. What Lightroom offers is a de-ghosting, and you have a low, medium, and high setting. Obviously, the higher you go, the more RAM it's going to use, and it's going to take a little bit longer. So I'm just going to stick with the low and the mediums just so you can see the difference here, right? So we have this HDR shot. Our foreground have some ghosting effect. Kind of funny that we had a class earlier this morning about ghosting, and he loved his ghosts, but for this example, we don't, right? We want to keep it as clean and tidy as possible, right? So once I go to this low setting, you can see here a lot of the ghosting happening right in the foregrounds went away. Lightroom's going to use this famous algorithm to determine any type of motion blur and try to sharpen it up and include sharpen images, right? Let's go to our medium, and it's going to be building a preview. And as it's building this preview, it's going to absorb our photograph and try to de-ghost a little bit, right? Once we like what we see here, I know it's a little bit dull, especially on my monitor. I don't know how it looks for you guys. I'm glad it looks amazing. Again, I'm not taking credit. This is not my photograph. It's more for the example here. So in the top left, we can see it's generating our HDR, and it kicks it right in. Right there. Like I said, it looks dark, but that's because we've got to fine tune it. So let's go over to our develop module and find out the benefits of shooting HDR. All right, and the biggest benefit of this is our latitude. That's the main reason why we shoot HDR, is because we have a wide range on our highlights and our shadows. And you could clearly see this over here on the exposure, right? If I come over to this proper shot and look at our exposure, we have 5 stops of latitude. Come over here to our HDR, 10 stops. We double the amount of our highlights and our shadows. So we have a wider range of fine-tuning and getting that perfect image, right? Hold Alt or Option if you're a Mac user to reset it, and we could just fine tune it. And look at our histogram. We have a nice clean slate. We could bring down our highlights to bring more information. Shadows, bring it up. Actually, let's bring it down a little bit. And the white, so we could bring a lot more information over here and have a very nice fine-tuned photograph, right? All right, next example, let's keep going. It's a panoramic. Again, we needed Photoshop for this to graph multiple images and stitch them together. Lightroom has the capability of doing it. We're going to group our photograph, as we see here. Select them all, right-click, Photo Merge, Panorama. And it's going to do very similar what HDR was doing. It's going to generate a preview, and it's going to give you a preview of what your outcome's going to be. A lot of the features you see here got translated over from Photoshop. So we got our spherical, our cylinder, our perspective. One really nice thing about this right here is that if you don't shoot spot on straight across, or if you don't have a tripod and you're trying to take multiple shots, Lightroom will do its best to do a content aware fill. So let's turn this off just so we can see what's going on. Right, you see all this white space and all of this right here. We have this really beautiful check mark, fill edges. And it fills it right up. So if you don't want to crop in to your photograph, all you have to do is check fill edges, and it will do its best, using its algorithm, of course, to fill in any dead spaces. It's gonna content aware and just fill up all those spaces right there. Uncheck, check. Now, if you want to crop in, auto crop, and it will crop in and remove all the white space, all the dead spaces. Click merge, and what it's going to do is going to generate a new file for you. And that's the beauty about Lightroom, and the reason why so many people love Lightroom over Photoshop is that it's a very non-destructive application, right? With Photoshop, you could do hundreds, thousands of layers, and if you do one little slip off, if you're not organized, you could be a very destructive editor. So that's the beauty about Lightroom, and why so many people are really hardcore with Lightroom. Is that it's a very non-destructive. So if I ever want to go back, I always have my original files. Same goes with the HDR. I could always go back and work with my original files, and what it's going to do, it's going to create a brand new file for me. The same goes with the panoramic, right? Now, the drawback about this is, unlike the HDR, we don't have that wide range of a latitude. We only got 5 stops of latitude, but it cuts our usage of having to use Photoshop. Sorry, I wasn't full screen. If you come back here, right click, yeah, I'll just go to the file myself. You can see here, like I mentioned earlier, it's going to generate its own file for you. Same goes with our HDR. It's going to generate its own file right here. So unlike Photoshop, it's a very non-destructive application. It's always going to generate a new file, and it's always going to be a DNG format, which is Adobe's version of a raw file, which stands for digital negative. All right, now let's get to the fun stuff and actually start talking about stuff that you can actually do in the develop module that mimics Photoshop. And we're going to start off with dodge and burn. So one benefit of Lightroom is that it's really intuitive. It's really easy to work. It breaks it down super easily from your basic tone curve, HSL, color grading, transform, effects. It has it all, and a lot of folks like to start from the top, work its way down. The drawback about this is it's all global edits. You really cannot pick out a certain area and fine tune it. You always got to work globally or use your local adjustment and try to use that as best as you can. Adobe realized that this is a problem and they're taking care of it, and it's getting better and better to the point that we don't even need Photoshop for 90% of the time. Right. So let's talk about dodge and burn. Gonna do a quick auto edit. And focus a little bit more about local adjustments, because that's what Photoshop is. It's for us to fine tune our photograph. It's not for enhancing our photograph, it's to fine tune our photograph, right? So what we have here is our local adjustment tools. We got a gradient, radial, and a brush. And we're gonna focus a little bit more on our brush tool. And if you guys have trouble keeping along, I am sorry. I normally teach a beginner class. We're talking a little bit more advanced stuff. If you guys are interested about Lightroom and learning more about beginner stuff, like I mentioned earlier, I am an instructor, and I teach Lightroom and software classes here, along with all the other stores. They have their own instructor that specialize in these type of applications. But let's say we have our photograph right here. I did a quick auto edit, and I love what happens to my white space right here. But I feel I need to work on a little bit more on her face. We're gonna do what we call dodging and burning. We're gonna bring down some of these highlights and bring down some of these shadows and leave everything else behind. Quick brush. And we're just going to focus on her skin right now. Oops. Sorry, I was doing a practice yesterday. There we go. All right, so dodging and burning is a technique used to accent shadows and highlights, fine tune it. Obviously, we always want to make it look as beautiful as possible in our camera, but we always got to take the time to fine tune a little bit and enhance our photograph to make it our unique style. So the technique of dodging and burning, dodging is to lighten, and to burn is to darken, right? We made our selection right here. We could see it, our selection right here. Let me clean that up a little bit. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna come over here, come to our exposure, and bring it down just a tad. So right away, you can see that we're just working at a local place. Ooh, camera's glitching a little bit. I mean, laptop's glitching a little bit. There we go. So you see, we're just focusing a certain area of the photograph, while here, what we're normally on will affect globally. Now, this is fine and all, and it was great when Lightroom introduced it. We were able to focus really localized area, but it wasn't what Photoshop was offering. Photoshop was offering, if I want to work on the shadows alone, I want to work on the shadows alone. I don't want to touch the highlights. I don't want to touch anything else but the shadow. What Lightroom has introduced is an amazing tool called Range Mask. Once we activate this, we'll go to Luminance. And what Luminance has to offer is an even more precise and more fine-tuned edit. And it let us focus on specific area. And we have color and luminance. With luminance, it will focus more on the pixels tone rather than the color tone. So I want to darken her shadows. We'll click Luminance Mask so we can see what's being affected, and this range will take the highlights, bring this down, and just focus on the shadows. And as we can see here, it's not touching the white spots anymore. It's just touching the shadows. Vice versa, if I go the opposite way, you can see it's touching the highlights rather than the shadows. So you get to fine-tune what specific area you want to edit, right? So let's come over to our shadows area. Bring that up. And bring down the exposures. And as you can see here, our highlights are not moving, where our shadows is. And the benefits of this tool is that not only do you have to worry about, you can work on your exposure, you got all these extra tools you get to work with. Your contrast, your highlights, your shadows, your whites and your blacks, texture. Let's bring this down a little bit more. Bring the black a little bit more. Before, after. Look at the highlights. It's not touching the highlights at all. It's just touching the shadows. All right. So now, let's do some burning. And with the burning, we want to focus on our highlights. So I'm going to come over here to our mask, right-click, make a duplicate, and change that range. Rather than being on our shadows, we're coming over to our highlighted area. Turn that mask off. And just give it a quick fine tune. That's what Photoshop is about. It's not for enhancing, it's just for fine tuning your photograph. We have Lightroom to enhance our photograph. But look how much of a difference it is right here than what it was before. Let's give it a quick reset. Bring down our highlights and our whites. Hover again. Let's get our shadow area. Bring up our exposure. And there you go. Before, after. And these techniques were almost impossible to do in Lightroom. We always depended on Photoshop. So it's really nice to see that Lightroom is growing and growing as each month comes by. Just this month, they optimized the preview. The month before that, they introduced color grading, which it wasn't possible, and it was only possible in Photoshop. But now we really get to mess with our dodging and burning, right? So let's say we want to introduce another brush. I like this area, but this area right here needs to be brightened up. Let's just get our brush and make a selection. Come in. Hold Alt or Option if you're a Mac user. Turn on our range mask. Let me reset this. And only focus on the shadows. Because our highlights are perfectly fine. And bring up the exposure. We're not touching our highlighted area, we're touching our dark area so we wouldn't overexpose and have blotchy and dead pixels. Okay. Now that we talked about that, let's talk about color grading. So color grading was fun. It wasn't as extravagant a couple months ago when we had split toning, so they introduced color grading. I'll show you a quick presentation on it, but I learned a new technique with this to enhance what was given to us already. It'll be right here. Color grading gives us the chance to work with our shadows, our midtones, and our highlights to give a certain style of our photograph. It makes the photograph who we are and what we want to represent. There's so many variations, so many ways to do this. And I mean, it is a really nice feature. And I know, a lot of folks that use Capture One says, well, Capture One had this years ago. It's kind of sad that Lightroom didn't have it, but better now than later. So with color grading, we could focus on our shadows and add a tint. Just going to go ahead and add a tint of green on that. Then we could come over to our midtones and add a tint to that. I'm just going to give it a warm tone. And go to our highlights and give it a yellow tone. And if we look closely, too close, you can see our shadow area has this green tint. Our midtone area has this red tint, and our highlighted area has this yellow tint to it. And we could go as saturated, the hues, and the bleeding on how much of that highlighted area you wanted to bleed over to your midtone. Vice versa with your midtones area to how much you wanted to bleed over to your highlight or shadows, and same scenario with your shadow area, how much you wanted to bleed over to your midtones. This is amazing. It's brand new, but there's a better system and a nice little trick that I have discovered that I like to show up a little bit. Let's give this a reset and come over to our local adjustment, because again, what we want to do is what Photoshop has to offer. I know color grading was an amazing thing that Photoshop offered to fine tune it, and now it's introduced over, but Photoshop still has a lot more finesse to it. You could go in depth detail with this. So going back to our local adjustment, because we want to work to local, we could fine tune it a little bit, and it's just by using a basic radial filter. And we're going to use this filter not how it was intended to use, right? Normally we'll use this radial filter to focus on a certain area. Let me reset. And create a vignette. You could brush out unwanted area, Alt. And just work locally. What I kind of challenge you guys to use is use this outside of the box. And I literally mean this, use this tool outside of this box and go outside right here. And now what's being affected, rather than focusing center or creating this vignette effect, everything, the whole document gets applied with this filter. And we create a range mask. And we're going to go back down to our luminance and start color grading this and really fine tune of how much of a white pixels we want to affect. The color grading in the local scale, in the globally scale, we have no way of telling it, I want you to use this range of colors, this range of highlights to color grade. Now we do. Turn this on. And we're telling it to focus within 88% to 100%. And we add our tint. Let's give that yellow tint. Come here. Yeah. Make a new brush. Now we're going to focus in our midtones. And we can see exactly what pixels are being affected. We get a lot more control than what Lightroom is already preset it on. Let's give this that red tint. Come back here, duplicate it. Go to our range mask, and let's focus on our shadows. Again, we're selecting, we're telling Lightroom, I want you to touch this general area of shadows. I want you to touch this general area of our midtones. I want you to touch this general area of our highlights, right? Which is a feature that was easily achievable in Photoshop, not so much in Lightroom. Now we can. Now we could tell it specifically what we want to target. Let's add that green tint to it. Let's do that before and after. We're fine-tuning now our photograph. Our photograph, sorry. We're fine-tuning our photograph. We're telling it exactly what pixels we want to touch, what pixels is going to be affected, and we get the benefit of still messing our exposure, our contrast, our highlights, our hues, and we're only touching our shadows instead of our midtones or our highlights. All right. Let's go over here. This range mask, not only does it help us out with luminance, it actually helps us out with colors as well. We do get we're able to select specific colors in our project and fine tune it and change it up a little bit. Again, an easy, achievable feature that we could do in Photoshop, while in Lightroom we weren't able, we just had to work globally rather than locally. Even on a local scale, we weren't able to say just touch the blues rather than a white cloud. Well, with this range mask, instead of going to luminance, we could go to color. And we could tell it, just touch the blues. That's it. Just edit the blues. And it will leave the the skies. And we can tell it the amount of blue we want it to affect. And change our color. We're not touching the white pixels, we're not touching the whites, we're not touching any other color but the blues. And if for some reason it's not touching all the way, holding shift, you can add multiple spots, shades of blue that you want to include. And really fine tune it. Or I don't know what's going on here. We have all these extra tools to work with. Our exposure, our contrast, highlighted area, shadows, and all that. We get to fine tune what we want to work with. Let's give another example. And this is a little bit extreme. And you don't have to shoot green screen for this. It could be just about anything. You could do a mixture of luminance or color. But for this example, we're going to do colors. We're going to use our radio tool. Open up a range mask, color, and we want it to sample just the green. Right? And now that we sampled just the green area, let's include that as well. Now that we sampled just the green area, we could tell Lightroom, let's add some red to that. Or let's add some yellow to that. We're being very localized. We're fine-tuning. We're telling Lightroom, just touch these pixels. Just work on this certain area. We selected the model out and only focus on the background. If we create a new one, we're going to do a brush this time. And paint her blouse. Just like so. It's okay if you bleed over. And the reason why it's okay to bleed over, you will see right about now, is that we open this range mask, choose a specific color that we want to touch, sample that color, and it will clean that up. Because it's not looking for that color of pixels. It's looking for whatever you specifically tell it to. Right? So it's perfectly fine to bleed out because this range mask will finesse and fine-tune your selection. We missed a little bit here, so let's add more on that palette. And change the color of our blouse. And we can really start specifically telling it exactly what we wanted to do. We can manipulate our photograph. And if you ever attended one of my classes and ask, well, I want to do this and I want to do that, but I only stick with Lightroom, I have always said Lightroom is meant for enhancing, Photoshop is meant for fine-tuning. Now what we're doing, we actually get to fine-tune our photograph a little bit more in Lightroom. And the same rule still applies here. Could turn this off, bring up our saturation, and I could still change the exposure Sorry, if I'm fidgeting with my mouse, I'm only using a Wacom. But notice I'm just affecting her blouse. I'm not affecting anything else. And I could really fine tune the highlights, the exposure, the contrast, and all that. And going back to the whole idea of dodging and burning, we could do the exact same thing with skins. Get a new brush in here. And just finesse it. Just sample that skin tone. Let's add a little bit of that skin tone in there. And just really work on the exposure, the contrast, and going a little bit further on this idea is color correction on the skin tones. You know, I'm pretty sure we all have those photographs when her face and everything looks perfectly well exposed, beautiful skin tones, but once we start getting to her arm, it's a little bit off color, it's a little bit reddish. Now we can actually fine tune and select a certain area of skin and just clean that up, right? We don't have to work globally. We don't have to, you know, depend on our brush, and if we go out, we got to clean it up. Now we can just tell it, I want you to work with this range of pixel colors in this general area and fine tune it and correct the skin color. Okay. And benefit of Lightroom is non-destructive. All this is non-destructive. So if I ever want to delete it, I could, and we could always go back to our original photograph. Oh, where's our radio? We could always go back to our original photograph. It's a very non-destructive, which is the biggest intimidation of Photoshop is when we edit with Photoshop is very destructive if we don't stay organized. Okay, let me give another example about color changing and all that. And this one, we're gonna do a mixture of all of it as well, right? And I'm pretty sure a lot of folks, including me, have never shot with gels, so we're gonna mimic a gel type of photo shoot here. Let's reset that. I'm just going to do a quick little edit, and we're going to throw in our graduated tool. Press O so we can see our mask. Hold Shift so we don't have to worry about any type of bending. Bring that mask in. Alt or Option to reset our settings here, and we're going to give it a luminance range of just the highlighted area. We're going to bring more in. And we're going to bring this color in. Create a new graduated tool. range mask, luminance, and again, we're going to just work on the highlighted area. Let's go globally really quick. Fix our highlights, our whites. And there we go. We started from a standard flat photograph and introduced color. We introduced a gel-like type of shoot to this. Went from here to here. And just like sorry. And just like our radio tool, we could touch this up even more. And bring some of the color back into her skin. Just like so. Too much green. We really could finesse our edits here. Okay? Let's move on over to our last area. And I know I said this is our last area, but I got a little bit extra for all of you non-Lightroom users that wish you could do edits like this through Photoshop and Camera Raw. But just bear with me for a bit. Okay, cloning and healing. Cloning and healing. So, biggest benefit of shooting of editing with Photoshop is that, again, we could really fine-tune our edits. We could make selections. We could tell it exactly where and what pixels we want to manipulate. Lightroom, we always got to work globally. We enhance, not manipulate, and that's what Photoshop is for. Here, again, coming back to our local adjustments, we have this beautiful tool, our spot healing, a spot removal. And we got two options. We got our clone and we got our heal. Our clone, and it's not perfect yet. Our clone will let us make a selection. And it will clone it out. It will clone whatever is on this area. So if we were to swap this, add some feathering so we could blend it in a bit. We could clone our objects, our subjects, right? So let's say we photograph this and we wish, well, I love this, I just wish I could crop in a little bit more. Instead of having all this white space, I wish I could crop in a little bit more, but not have her so off to the side. If we could just give her a clone and add her in. And that's what clone will do. It will take the exact pixels and move it over. Our heal will do a removal. just like so. Let's fine tune it a little bit. And by all means, these tools are still not perfect, but with a little bit of patience and practice, we could definitely get Photoshop-like edits. And the reason why I say it takes a little bit of practice, because we can see here, she still has a little bit of a halo, which could be really easily achievable with Photoshop to remove that. Fortunately, right now with this clone, there's no way of finessing, no way of actually selecting certain areas to do removals. Okay. Let's give that a reset. Now let's talk about our brushes a little bit, because even there we have a lot of control that we could finesse a little bit. Best example will be with our adjustment brush, and all these tools goes across the board. Okay. This area in our brush area, we do have a little bit extra control. We can increase our brush, our feather, how much of a bleed, how much of a, sorry, this mouse is a little bit wonky on me. There you go. So this feather, that center ring is pretty much 50%. The outside ring, it's 0%, and when center dot, it's 100%. It's a opaque, it's a transparent. So with using that feathering, we could do a hard circle. If we increase that feather, let's increase that so we can see it a little bit more. We could do a soft transition. And then we have our flow. And our flow is how much pressure do you want to include to it. So this is 100% flow. Just going to bring down the exposure for a bit so we can see it. And once we decrease this flow, it'll be a little bit softer. And it'll be a buildup from how many you overlay it. And if you're wondering, well, that's nice and all, how am I going to use this for an actual edit? We'll come over to this right here. Press L to show our mask. And we're going to do a little bit of burning. So we're going to do a click to establish our selection. Reset our settings. Turn on our range mask. And we're only going to focus on our dark pixels. little bit. Give me a quick sec. I have been having computer problems by the way, so sorry for all this technical difficulties. All right, let's increase our feather 50 and have this down to 47. So let's say I really wish this area gets a little bit more darker quicker than this general area. With a 47-50% flow, we could just start brushing over here. And the more that we brush over, the more it will select it. And once we softly brush over here, the less it will select it. So instead of doing multiple brushes, you could do it all in one swoop with one brush. And vice versa. Let's say we colored this a little bit too reddish. We selected this general area a little bit too much. Hold Alt or Option. We have this eraser. Bring this down. And we can start removing some of that selection area. So now when I come in, bring down the shadows. Notice this general area gets darker a lot more quicker than this area. And again, it's all about fine-tuning, selecting certain pixels and manipulating them. It's not so much of enhancing at this point. It's more of what general area do I want to affect and how am I going to edit that area. Let's give this another reset. Zoom out a bit. And then the last thing that I would like to talk about is the auto mask. This auto mask kind of works like our range mask, right? But it uses our brushes more. It depends on our brushes a little bit more than just a pixel. Gonna click O so we can see our mask. Let's reset that and make a new selection. And increase our flow so we can see more of that selection. And we're going to come over here by the strap. And what this auto mask selection does, it picks alike pixels, right? So if you brush here, it's going to pick those pixels. And if you come closer to her strap, notice it doesn't pick those pixels at all, because it doesn't match the color that I told it to match. Different example. Right here, we'll see it better here. We're going to establish our brush. Zoom in a bit. Make sure our auto mask is on. And once you activate this, it'll stay on until you turn it off. But from here, I could brush. And if my brush exits out of her skin, notice it doesn't select it. It's not until I go out that will select it. And the reason behind this is that plus right in the middle is our target. It will only touch those certain shade of pixels. And if that shade of pixel doesn't match, it won't make a selection on it. So I can make this brush as big as I want, give it a click, and it won't pick those pixels at all. And if we make a mistake like I just did, hold Alt or Option, make sure your auto mask is gone, and now we're just going to sample those yellows pixels. Let's increase the flow on that. Go back here, sample that. And look, now we should select her arms. Come back up here. And I could go a little bit crazy if I want. Okay. Don't pick as flag. And now I have a selection of just her skin. Just like so. Right? And from here I could finesse it, I could do texture if I want to remove any type of blemishes. And soften her skin. If I want to work on her eyebrows and want to give it a little bit, again with that auto mask, it does a pretty bang job of not selecting the skin. If you do, you could either erase it or just go ahead and throw in a range mask. We're going to do luminance. And we're just going to focus on her eyebrows. And really start selecting that area. Bring down the clarity so we could add some contrast on that. Sorry, increase the clarity. Work on our eyelashes a bit. And there you go, before, after. It's the little tweaks, guys, it's the little tweaks. Okay. So, like I mentioned before, I love Lightroom. It helps me enhance my photograph, but it will never replace Photoshop for me. And I know I have a lot of hardcore Lightroom folks out there that would just prefer to stay with Lightroom. But let me show you a little bit of things that you're missing out with this. Let's come back to not using Photoshop and talk about this. Earlier I mentioned that if you're not a Lightroom user but you wish you're missing out, you feel like you're missing out and you edit with Photoshop, Camera Raw has the same features, by the way. And we all see in Camera Raw, especially if you're a hardcore Photoshop user, once you open a RAW file, Camera Raw will kick in, right? If we look closely to our left, all this is exactly what we see here. Basic tone curve, HSL, color grading. Basic curve, details, mixture, color grading. It's all there, right? Lightroom just makes it more simpler for us. And all those features that I just talked about, color range and all that, is in our brushes for Camera Raw. Oh, that's a crazy edit. But we could create a range. We're going to sample a color. Give me a quick sec. It's what happens when you don't reset your camera before you do a test run the night before your laptop. Radio filter. We're going to go outside. We want to see our mask, what's being affected. Come down to our range mask. Pick the color and make a selection of that color. Same as Lightroom, hold shift and start introducing those untouched pixels. And do your edits. And that's the beauty about Lightroom, because it's created from Adobe. It all intertwines. It's all the same tools. It's once you know one program, you're going to know the other program. Okay. Same goes with radio tools. All those settings are there. If you come back up here to the beach, we could open multiple photographs into Camera Raw. Our film strip right here will let us know what photographs we're working with, but if we select them all, right click, merge panorama, and it will generate the preview. So it's not just a Lightroom thing. Lightroom is Camera Raw, for those that are wondering. It's just a little bit more simplified for us to understand and have a nice workflow, while Camera Raw is a little bit more in-depth. It has to be a little bit more precise. But all those crazy features that we see are in Camera Raw as well. And if we were to merge this, it's going to do the exact same thing. You notice here, it's going to ask me, where do I specifically want to save it, while Lightroom just automatically saves it for you and decides where to go. Same goes with our HDR. Oops. Select them all. Right click. Merge HDR. Our D goes. Making my laptop work too much right now. So Lightroom users, if you see a nice feature that was presented in Camera Raw, best believe that feature is part of Lightroom as well. And those folks that shoot and edit with Camera Raw, if you see a nice feature that Lightroom has, it's in Camera Raw, but it's a little bit hidden. We got to find that place. But like I mentioned, let me edit a little bit in Photoshop just to show you what we're missing out. I'm not trying to sell Photoshop. I know we have a lot of heavy Lightroom users, but some of those edits that we created took a little bit extra effort and a little bit thinking outside of the box. And it's not always easy to edit with. But with the patience and determination, we could always achieve it. For example, for this, if I want to change the background, select subject. Copy and paste her. I didn't have to make a quick selection. It's very simple to use. Another benefit of editing with Photoshop is sky replacement. I haven't tested on that, so I'm not going to do it. But there's sky replacement. There's a lot of benefits. So what I'm trying to say is, don't be scared of Photoshop. Stick with Lightroom. Understand that there's limitation, but it's getting better and better, and we can always fine tune what we need to do with it. But it will never replace Photoshop, and it will never leave. It's always going to stay here. Okay. Let's go really quick to one more example. And while I'm setting this up, is there any questions on the live chat or anything? Okay. Well, I'm glad. And if I'm acting a little bit weird, I'm sorry. I'm a little bit under the weather. I just took my vaccine, and the side effects of the vaccine is kicking in. But, yeah.
1984 Studio says, "Go Geo!"
Thank you.
And Mike Thompson completely forgot about the range maps.
Yeah, it's an amazing little feature. We could really, really fine tune and start deciding what general pixels area we want to affect. Because pixels is just nothing but lights and dark, right? And different hues on it. So we could really, really start telling it, please just touch this area.
And then Jennifer D'Agostino, do you know her?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you give her a shout out?
Hi, Jennifer.
This is a fantastic talk. I learned so much about range maps. I've never even heard of it before, and did not know it was a feature of the Lightroom. Thanks to Giovanni.
Yeah. I just want to show something really quickly on Photoshop before I wrap up here.
You're good. You're at 150.
But, ooh. But Lightroom is amazing. It's amazing to use with. I highly recommend it, especially if you're batch editing and you're working with a model, or if you got a wedding. It really is a very optimized software to use, because not only are you able to organize your file, pick and choose your photograph you want to edit, you could collate, and if you edit one photograph, you could transfer that over to the rest just by making it as a preset. And talking about that, if you guys actually really do like this grading radio system to do some color grading on your highlights, your shadows and your midtones. And wish not to do this setup every single time, as you see in here. Just create that. Just create your green dot, your highlights, your midtones, and your shadows. Come over here to your presets and just create it. Check none. And let's go to our radio. Radio filter and create. I didn't save that's a different title, but if we come over to a different photograph and apply that preset, it's all there. So now we could just hop in, create our range mask, and work with it. So might as well save as a preset if you actually do like this little trick. All right, let's come over here. Just because I really like this little feature and I've been showing it off. Edit sky replacement. If you're scared, I encourage you guys to come over and grab a landscape shot and hop over to Photoshop. It comes with Lightroom already, so might as well just experiment a little bit. If you have a landscape shot, come over, pop it into Photoshop, go to Edit, Sky Replacement, and just go nuts. You could actually easily replace your skies and pick a wide selection of photographs. They're already pre-saved here, or you could just introduce your own. And once you save it, I know it's going to look a little bit crazy here, but save it and bring it over to Lightroom and just do your edits. All right. Well, I think that's all I got to talk about.
Oh, no, sorry. Touching all these. Honey, thank you so very much. And we do have a question from our live audience.
Okay.
Alonzo Adams, who happened to be one of our speakers. He has a question for you. He probably doesn't need to read it off.
The new super resolution.
The super resolution. Oh,
that's in Photoshop?
Yes.
Let's come in a little closer. Okay. Come in closer here. There we go. So we're in camera. Oh, come on.
So do you edit with Camera Raw or Lightroom, by the way?
Lightroom. I like to use Lightroom, yes.
Uh-huh. So you want to talk about the super enhance?
Yes.
The super enhance. Yeah. So it's not a feature in Lightroom, but I would imagine it coming there. Okay. Because it's a feature in Camera Raw. And a lot of the features in Camera Raw do come over to Lightroom within like a month or so, right? But, and I'm pretty sure you guys will like this too, because I actually used this a couple times at Bedford's already to help out some of our guests, is that if you come here and let's get a photograph and open Camera Raw, right there in the bottom, you see our little film strip, right? And it's hidden. That's the drawback about Camera Raw. A lot of these features are hidden, not until you start experimenting and all that. That if you come in here to our film strip, right-click, enhance, it will double the resolution of your photograph. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's amazing. I actually was able to help out a guest out that only had a cell phone picture, and it was 2 megapixels.
That's very small.
And she wanted a large canvas. So I used this feature, bumped it, and went from 2 megapixels all the way up to 14 megapixels.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. So it's an amazing feature, just in case you have low resolution, that it will double it. And the benefit of that as well, it will make it to a DNG file. So it becomes a raw file rather than just a JPEG file. Okay.
That's quite a phenomenal feature in Lightroom that I had no idea
It's
about.
actually not Lightroom yet.
Oh, is it
but
in Photoshop?
It's in Camera Raw.
Okay.
But whatever happens in Camera Raw tends to transfer over to Photoshop like within the next month or Lightroom within the next month or two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Wonderful. Super. Super. Thank you, Alonzo. Appreciate it. Well, Giovanni.
Yeah.
I thank you for your knowledge. You didn't learn this overnight. You had to have put hours and hours and hours. Who's been your biggest influence in helping you train for Lightroom?
So, I absolutely love Flern.
Yes. Florida?
Flern.
Oh, Flern.
P-H-L-E-R.
Oh, Flern.
Flern.
Yes, that's a YouTube channel. That's fantastic. You can learn so much from Flern.
It's just the way that he teaches and talk about edits and all that really simplified my workflow in the way that I do my thing.
Wonderful.
And I always been intimidated of Photoshop and Lightroom. Like I said, Photoshop was my bread and butter, but he really simplified it, and I've been able to do a lot more amazing things thanks to his guidance.
Thank you. Well, that is quite obvious in the class that you've presented us today. So you're so knowledgeable. And if I have any Lightroom questions, I'm calling Giovanni. So thank you very much. I'm just going to peek at my laptop real quick to see if any last minute questions came in, because sometimes they sneak in here, and my handler is not available at the moment to look at the computer here. And we are good to go, Giovanni.
Okay, I'm glad.
Thank you very much, and we hope you feel better.
Yeah.
And look forward to whatever is next on your bucket list for checking off for 2021.
Definitely.
All right. Thank you, folks. And now we're going to go to commercial.
Hi, welcome guys back to PhotoCon 2021, Day 2. Robert Trawick here for the Bedfords team. The production guys are doing amazing. We have 2 more amazing speakers for you today. Don't forget you can rewatch yesterday's episodes just by clicking on the previous video. It's 7 hours long of content with all those special code words that you need to enter into the drawing and get those 25 extra votes. Now, I had a lot of people comment. They want me to tell you all of the other previous words, and you know what? The guys at Bedford said no. They want you to go rewatch the video from yesterday to get those words, because you can only use those code words once every hour to get your extra 25 bonus videos. However, I did check, and the deadline is going to be midnight Central Standard Time Sunday. So you have plenty of time after today's live event and tomorrow to still share, post, tweet, like, follow, and enter those keywords every hour to get an extra 25 votes. So what would be the keyword for today? As you can see, I'm wearing my Fuji Fam t-shirt. Can you guess what the keyword is going to be for this hour? Yes, you are correct. It is going to be Fuji Fam. So check the t-shirt for the spelling and you'll be able to get it. So let me tell you real quick about Fuji Fam. It is a Facebook group for Fuji film users, and we have groups in Texas, Arkansas, Missouri, and of course, Oklahoma. We have photo contests, we get together, we share information about this great camera system, and there's a lot of other camera systems like Nikon, Canon, Fuji, Olympus, Sony. All those have great groups as well, but if you're a Fuji user in any of those 4 states, be sure to check us out and come join us. We'd love to have you in our group, and hopefully Fujifilm is listening to us, like Jackie and Matt, and they're going to have more Fuji-centric events in our tri-state area. All right, so we're going to take a quick 15-minute break, and while we're taking that break, if you're stuck at home and you can't get away, don't forget that all the lines are open at all 7 stores, so you can get the sales tax paid today for anything that you purchase, as well as our trade-up event, where we're going to give you an extra 10% if you'll just rebuy some new, updated equipment with us. And speaking about that, my friend Robert Lake over at the Tulsa store said he just got got in a whole bunch of used Fuji equipment. So if you're one of the Fuji fam guys that's looking to pick up some great deals on Fuji equipment, call Robert Lake over at the Tulsa store and he'll be able to help you guys out. So we're going to take a 15-minute break so we can set up for our next speaker, and we'll see you guys real soon. Hi guys, welcome back. We are getting down to the wire, but we saved the best for last. We have 2 more speakers that are going to wow you for the second day of PhotoCon 2021 live. And remember, the code for this hour is FujiFam. FujiFam is going to get you 25 extra votes. We have 2 more words to go. And if you guys want to see the other ones, because you can only enter 1 word per hour to get your 25 bonus votes for the drawing, go back and rewatch yesterday. We had great speakers yesterday as well. So to introduce our next speaker that is so world-renowned and famous, he brings his own projector to every show, and it almost blinded me. I can't even see it on my left right now. So our one and only amazing Queen PhotoCon, Pam, and I'm going to keep saying that until she brings the crown. Please put some notes in the chat requesting a photo of Pam with her PhotoCon crown. Thank you, Pam.
You make me blush, Robert. Thank you very much. Maybe in the last session, I have to, yeah, anyhow. So, our next speaker, the title of his class is Saturated. When you see a title of a photography class called Saturated, what do you think? It's like, I have no idea what to expect, but I am going to tell you, I've seen his work. What you're going to see today and the techniques that he's going to show you, as Robert alluded to, the projector that basically is the size of a small pack of 4 children or so. It's huge. His projector is unbelievable. And he's going to be shooting with that. I don't even know how this is going to be possible, so I'm looking forward to learning how he does this. He does creative things with LED lights. He actually, whatever Matt seems to touch, there's a creative bent to it that I've not seen before. It has a cinematic feel to it, but the colors are just fantastic. We also have a special person that he brought in for his shoot, an upcoming model named Gabby Reese, and you want to follow her on social media, and that's Gabby with 2 B's and 1 I, G-A-B-B-I, and then Reese, R-E-E-S-E. So go ahead and check out her work, because she's going to be on the other side of all the lenses that Matt Miller has to share with us today. That is our almost to final speaker, and that's Matt with 1 T. You want to follow him on social? That's M-A-T Miller. And wait till you see what he has for us today. We're so excited to introduce Matt Miller. Thank you, Matt. Here you go.
Buddy, I'm so glad to be here at PhotoCon Live this year. COVID kind of messed me up last year, so I'm here this year. I'm happy to be here. Today we're going to talk about kind of my method and what I do. Real quick, I have a studio here in Oklahoma City called 1984 Studios. It's like a creative agency for artists and local businesses, and we just do like a lot of video and photo and graphic design, animation, and stuff like that. So I'll kind of dive into some of my work real quick so you kind of see what I kind of do. We'll go to my laptop here, and I do a lot of portrait work. When I do portrait work with artists, it's usually just kind of like my creative vision that comes out. And we just kind of experiment with things that I want to try, usually. And I usually work with a lot of different lights, and that's kind of what I do. But yeah, so this is Claire. She's an artist here in town. She's a yogi, and we got together to do some portraits. And I wanted to get these crystals in front of her eyes, just kind of like, I don't know, I just wanted to express like some sort of like multi-vision through her vision, because she's kind of this like musician that has like a very expressive voice, and she's just a really creative person. So we wanted to work on something that just kind of like reflected that a little bit. And this is like a piece that came together with me and my roommate at the time. It's kind of like a lot of her vision came through on this one, but we used a minimal lighting on this shot. So, but I was given a bunch of these flowers that were just about dead, and they've gone through their life, and so we wanted to kind of express something with that. This is a recent portrait of a dancer that came through because of Gabby. One of her friends came through, and we did some smoky shoot. And this is kind of a side shoot from the photographer who was actually there shooting that day. This is my open source cowboy shot. This guy, he's a coder, but he also wrangles horses on the side. So he's a fan of open source and coding and things like that. So I call this piece like an open source cowboy. This is for a buddy of mine named Traxler. He's got a brand called Within Without, and we did this like real raw shoot with a few models that were expressing his work because he does a lot of clothing lines and stuff like that for his brand. So we got really experimental with this boot here. It almost looks like a 90s boot commercial kind of shot. So it's kind of fun. Here's another one of his pieces. It's kind of raw. I like to work in the raw format, so we just kind of manipulate an image as we see fit, but it also kind of preserve what our intentions in that shoot. So this is kind of an experimental shoot with a dancer here in town, and I was using my projector on this, and this is like really in the realm of where I like to take my photos. It's just like over brightness, over saturated, just real crisp and kind of raw. This is like really reflective of some of my work currently. And this is actually an older piece. Elena, I think she's an artist here in town, but I haven't worked with her in a while. But then we got together and we're doing like multiple exposures with kind of her vision on what she was trying to accomplish too. So it was a good thing. So one of the reasons why I got into projections is to do projection mapping. I'll show you the projector we're working with here in a little bit, but this piece is like from a photo that I took, but it's projected with 2 large format projectors in my studio space covering about 30 feet. And we're actually able to preserve the projection in a way where people could actually get in front of it, which was really cool. So you can see my friend Henry just in like at the massive piece that's projected in front of him. So that's not a photoshopped image, that's actual projection there. In my studio currently, I'm building a set for a project, and I had a friend come out, and this is one of my more recent shots. I've got a pool in my studio right now. It's a small like kiddie pool, but it kind of accomplishes what we were going for here. And I kind of pushed him to the limits on his modeling in this shot. He's not like a real big water baby, so but he likes to experiment, so that's why he did it, and that's why we did. I also shoot art for artists. So this is a piece that I shot with an artist named Carrie, and she's out of Oklahoma City too, and she does these great big sculptures that are about, I don't know, 2 by 2 feet. She was just recently in Oklahoma Contemporary with a piece or two, and in this piece she brought it in the studio on a very busy night, and we just knocked it out, but she brought it in on like a I don't even know. you couldn't hold it. It's made of concrete. So brought it in, loaded it up, started shooting it. I started flooding it with light basically, and had her hold lights. And so this is actually a photoshopped image with a few different lights to accomplish something like this. So, but yeah, and then this is our friend Faith. This is just me in the background. This is kind of the style I do. I'm going to be shooting today with my friend Gabby. She's a photographer here in town, and we're going to be doing kind of a style like this. I shoot with this old Canon TV lens. It's a 05 or 095 lens, so it's like an extremely fast lens. I can't remember how old the lens is. It's pretty old. It's older than me, that's for sure. But I use really strange lenses in my craft because I don't know, I just like to try things. When I shoot for commercial, I don't tend to use my experimental lenses as much, but like this lens is more experimental, but it's also becoming more commercial the more I use it. So, because people like that style. It kind of gives like a ghost figure like look to it, also just like really I don't know, blurs the lines in a sense. Really, really shallow depth of field, especially on a full frame camera. So here's another shot from that. And then I think we're ready to shoot. Yeah, so that's some of my work. You guys ready to see me shoot some stuff? Cool, so I'm gonna pop up my camera. Yeah, is there like a close-up? This one, this guy? Okay, cool. So what we're doing is we've got like a wireless HDMI that's going out to our board. So I can actually shoot. You'll actually see what's coming through my camera into the board, and you'll be able to see that. So it's pretty cool. But I've got this Canon on a Sigma FP. I've used the Sigma now since it came out, since 2019, and I really like it. I use it more for video, but it takes lenses really well, so I've been putting it and using it on more than just that. So, but yeah, I'm gonna invite Gabby to come out. This is Gabby. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming out. I'm gonna throw on a projection I made with my pool earlier, and I'm gonna use that as kind of like a reference as my lighting source for this projector. So I'm gonna do a few things really quick. One, just to kind of experiment and see how this turns out. Is there a way to dim these lights? I don't know. If it's not, that's okay. If not, it's cool. But I made these like wave projections a few days ago, and this is like a slow-mo version. I shot this on this camera, and this is a slow-mo version. So what we're getting is just like some raw light that I was projecting into a pool, and these are the light waves that are recorded from this. So in this shoot, we're just gonna kind of play with some of these waves. And I put a gap in here to kind of give Gabby some light space. Yeah, so like it's not just like oversaturating her necessarily. So we're gonna kind of look at this and see what we can kind of accomplish here. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so this is mild light. I might actually have to switch to a more saturated version here in a second. That looks good. Gabby, why don't you step back a little bit? There you go. And then tilt your head towards this way a little. Good. Okay. So I shoot in the dark a lot. Gabby knows this. What were you going to say?
Just laughing because you do.
Yeah, I do. All right. Let's do, turn your shoulder towards me a little bit. There you go. Good. There you go. Let's get some of that light. Let's see if we can capture some of that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so I'll check out this shot. So we got some light, some interesting light kind of coming in on this shot. It kind of gives like a really interesting look to it because it's got these digital pixels that kind of cross her face here. I'm going to switch. Yeah, that one's cool. All right, so I'd work with this one if I really liked it because I like how the light's just kind of striping across her face and stuff. Got a lot of underlight and overlight. It's pretty cool. Sweet. Let's work with that one here in a second. But good job. I wanted to show one other thing really quick. Actually, hang out here for a second. One thing that's really cool about using a projector is being able to control light very precisely. I think this is the most important thing about using a projector. You can use lights, big light sources, little light sources, and kind of like mask them off, however. But the benefit of shooting a projector literally is to be able to put light in a very precise place. So I'm going to show you that now. We're just going to use like a couple simple colors. And whenever you're using a projector, you want to usually make the background black because it's kind of like transparent when you're projecting because it's light that's off. So we're going to look at that. That looks good. We're going to do like, we're just going to do a circle, a small, precise, little tiny red circle. Right. There we go. Make a new layer. Got this nice little circle here. Now it's way over here. Gabby's like away from it. Oh wait, no, you're right on it, basically. Yeah. So let's try to like, let's align her. There we go. Now why on earth did you, okay, there's a red dot that I need you to like, yeah, whoa, come back. Perfect. Let's mess with that. Maybe a little out of focus. Let's check it out.
A little bit.
Yeah, totally out of focus. All right, let's do that again. A little bit more. Good. Give me half a smile, Gabby. Turn your head up just a smidge. Good. No, you're fine. Good. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, we're going to mess with these photos real quick. Just kind of like show you my process in post. You did great. Thank you so much. Everybody give her a round of applause. All right, so we did some simple projections and things. Now I'm going to kind of go with my process on how I kind of edit stuff. So, all right, I'm going to kill this camera. Is that cool? Yes. Cool. Thank you. Did that work out well? Eh? All right. Sweet. So I'm going to pull some of these photos real quick. Of course, everybody shoots RAW, I assume. Yeah. Love this straw. I have some pink swirly straws at the studio. Okay, so I use Bridge. I'm cheap. I use Bridge in Photoshop. I used to use Lightroom. I used to use like Apple Photo or whatever. But I've been using Photoshop for a very long time. And this just helps with my workflow. It keeps it really fast and consistent. And I don't like third-party apps like controlling my photos. I like to just use Camera Raw. That's like where it's at for me. So not to downplay it. It's just that's how I like to work. Cool. So we got all these photos here. I'm going to open up in RAW. So earlier we took some test photos. This had just to make sure it was kind of like bright enough. And then we were testing the camera. All right, so we were taking photos with the not so saturated, imagery earlier. And this is like, they're very mild, so you can kind of see the difference, which is good to shoot and bring up, your saturation and stuff just to see what kind of colors you are getting, which I kind of like this image. This is a great shot. I'll just kind of like dig into some of this. This is something I'll save out and open here in a little bit in Photoshop. And then we switch to a more saturated video, which you can tell there's a big difference in, our colors here, which I really like this shot, which was really cool. But I'll kind of go through the rest in this series real quick before we get into. So I just kind of bring up my exposure. Maybe bump my contrast up a little bit and the saturation up a smidge. Not too much. I mean, sometimes I do go way overboard with stuff. Like I'll just go nuts. Like I'll shoot, I'll just find a look that I'm kind of going for and just go absolutely nuts. But in this case, we're not doing that. But we are going to go up a little bit with saturation. Also use dehaze a little bit because it kind of pops everything the way I want it. So I'm going to save that one out really quick. And then we'll find one more. are those big ones? Let's look at those big ones really quick. I look at images every day, so this first one's actually pretty great, what I'm looking for. So I look at images really fast, so if I'm going too fast, I apologize. It's just my workflow. So yeah, I'm gonna use this first one. This first one's like natural looking. It's not too posy. I like to try to do stuff that's not too posy or very simple, just to kind of grasp the person in a sense. We're gonna go up, do down. Wow, that really knocked out those colors. That's crazy. So I love this when you kind of discover an accident and you want to like take it in a different direction. It's kind of fun to play with, you know, with a weird color like that. So we're not doing that today or like right now. We're just trying to get a cool image. So we're gonna go back a little bit. Let's just contrast this up, saturate it. We're not gonna try to bump the saturation up too much because it'll like really mess up her eyes like right in here. But we'll give it some texture because I like her freckles and stuff. And then those highlights, we can play with shadows. I like that. I like the whites. And I like to play with the white light in like the overexposed part of an image. Like I'll play with that sometimes and just like blow it out, like because it just kind of looks cool. I mean, it's just not. I don't know. I just kind of like that. I like that how that looks. But we're gonna go with that because I want some of that blue. Well, I don't know. We'll maybe pull it out a little bit. Yeah. See, I really like that. That's cool. Okay, so we're gonna open that. Yeah, I listen to a lot of music when I edit, and I can't listen to music whenever I'm editing video, but I can when I'm editing photos, which I love. But I'm going to save this out. This is a nice little gradient. It's going to be called Gabby's gradient. I hope you're good with that, Gabby. All right. And then we're going to open the other two photos that I took. I just threw them as JPEGs because it's just quick. I'm just being quick right now. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm going to do one of these, like this one. This one's a good, it's got really natural colors. I really like it. It's got some nice, like, blended color in the back. How I kind of, like, do my photo eyes, I do a really weird technique where I just pull the eyes out. I know a lot of people use dodge and burn and stuff like that, but I'll do like a technique where it's like, now I've got a set of eyes that I'm playing with, and I'm only trying to show the eyeballs a little bit more, so I'm going to brighten those up quite a bit. I'm going to try to get some of these this color that I see in her eye, in the actual thing. So like, yeah, it looks kind of weird. Yeah, like she's got some weird glasses on. But I tend to just kind of erase around, you know, what I'm not going to be using. So I'm just worried about like her eyeball here. So we're going to kind of take that out. I really like this lens flare going on in her eye. It's kind of cool. So real quick, you can kind of see a difference here. Sometimes this will be super unnatural looking. So I kind of use blend layers to kind of like blend them in better. Cool, yeah, her eyes really pop now. I mean, if you just look at them just like that, there's a significant difference, you know. So now she's got these popping eyes. But you can also play with like the blends if you think they look almost unnatural. That actually looks way brighter. So this actually looks pretty good. And then bump down the opacity So yeah, now her eyes really pop, in my opinion. I don't know if they pop in yours, but yeah, that's just like a simple, quick thing that I would do in this kind of image. So just to kind of get her eyes brighter. She looks really natural there, and I love that photo. I wish she was still here. Yeah, so I'm going to save that out. Oh, whoops, that's fine. And then kind of go into the next one. I think I've got 10 minutes left. Cool. So this one's really cool. It's got like this, I don't know, dark edge to it. What is that called? Yeah, what is that lens? Like we can take that out if we wanted to, but I kind of like it, and it kind of, I think this is actually the like the edge of my arm here, so we can actually kind of embellish it a little bit. I'm gonna do another layer and kind of like, why isn't it working? I don't know why. Well, maybe it's because it's black and we need a brush. So let's see here. Yeah, vignetting, that's it. So we got some vignette, and I want to kind of match the vignette a little bit on each side. Just kind of give it more. Because like you can use the plugins, but they're usually like generated by a lens, like based off of like the lens you're shooting. But I am just pulling mine out a little bit. So yeah, just to kind of match it, I'm gonna make it a little more transparent. Here we go. Not so bad. Cool. So yeah, when using a projector, you can kind of see there's like a grid almost put over the face, and then those are actual pixels that are kind of going right into the subject. So you can't really avoid that unless you're using an even higher resolution. So the higher resolution, the smaller those pixels will get. So if you go into 4K, this is like a 1080p version of a projector. This is also a very bright laser projector. It's 7,000 lumens, which is like, I don't know, insanely bright. It's brighter than any of these lights in here, but it can just get really bright. But yeah, you can kind of see the pixel gradation here, and you can't really avoid that unless you go higher in resolution. So if and when they start making those 8K projectors, that's something you can probably experiment with those just maybe being little spots, almost like pixels maybe in the future, but we'll see if that ever happens, if it ever needs to happen. Because like looking at the image from here, I mean, you can't really tell. It looks really good. But once you start like pixel peeping, you kind of start seeing it and stuff like that. So yeah. And then I would probably do, for this photo, I would probably do the same kind of thing, but I like the other two photos better. So, and it's usually, I just usually use 1 or 2 shots for anything that I'm doing. So yeah. Does anybody have any questions? Any questions online?
Nothing online yet.
Nothing online yet. Okay. Cool. I'll just kind of keep going then. I'll talk about my lenses a little bit. I use that Sigma FP. It's pretty cool. To get kind of what we've got going on in these shots, this like blurry background, I've used this 50 TV lens. It's an 095 lens, and I shot wide open, like all the way. And it really blurs actually the foreground and the background really heavily. So it takes like these dreamlike pictures. I've also got another lens from a Japanese filmmaker or lens maker, and it is a flat pancake lens that I shoot, and it's just, I mean, it's like 2 millimeters wide, like from the base of the camera, and that's a really interesting lens, and it's actually much wider, but it's a really interesting lens that I shoot with too. I wish I had a photo of it. I do, but I didn't get ready for it. The reason why I shoot with this lens specifically is I want to give these dreamy like scenarios in my images. And that's one reason why I do it. The other reason is like I like to shoot in really dark places. So I might not have enough light, but these kinds of lenses provide those kinds of lights. So they really, you can really look in the dark for me for what I'm trying to do. but yeah, this rig is great. I love it. I love this lens. It's a really cool lens. It's a really old lens, but yeah, I think I'm a little early on my finishing, but I will go into something else if I can. Should I go into more like editing, maybe? More editing? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Let's see here. All my secrets. Yeah. Well, I have like commercial, like use stuff I use for my commercial work too. So I'm actually just getting into the Sigma line that they have, that their new DC, whatever. I don't know. There's so much stuff coming out now. I'll show you this. Actually, well, I don't have it. I don't think I do. Actually, yeah, I'll go into this if I can. Yes. We got a question here.
Hi, Matt.
Hi.
Thank you for what you're doing here.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So we have Mike Thompson asking, are there any specific specifications when it comes to purchasing a projector to do this kind of work?
That's a great question. So the higher, like I said earlier, the higher the resolution, the better probably, because those pixels will get smaller. But I use like the Epson brand mostly because they do saturate their color imagery, and they're a little bit brighter. I also have a Sony projector that's 5,000 lumens, and just comparing those two, it's just the Epsons are just so much more saturated and so much, I don't know, they're more designed for this kind of thing. The type of projector I have here today is called a like kind of an event projector. It's more for large venues and things like that, and but I happen to use it just for my studio space and projection mapping on buildings and stuff, and also been getting into it with my work because it's just so precise. I just like to have light going wherever I want, and having two is even crazier because then you can just really saturate your subject in light, and which I have two, and I play with that sometimes. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Does Epson have any idea what you're doing with their projectors? Have you reached out to them?
I reached out to them when I first bought this and was like, is anybody in Oklahoma doing this? They were like, not really anybody on their radar. I mean, I know some people, but they didn't have anything. But it is a thing. It's bigger in Europe, projection mapping and doing stuff like this, I would say. But there are some people doing it here for sure. So.
Well, you know what I thought was interesting when you took the picture of Gabby and blew it up and seeing the actual like fencing or the grid that was on her face. I thought that was actually interesting and added some texture to the character.
Yeah,
of the image. I like it.
It does. It kind of makes it look like a 3D model in a sense,
Yes.
like like if you're working in like, I don't know, CAD or something like that. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. It's kind of cool.
The other thing I thought was really interesting was when you were shooting or photographing other people's art.
Oh yeah.
And it was the piece that had the red background, and it was made out of concrete.
Yeah, that was made out of concrete, and it was a very large piece. This one right here.
Was a phenomenal piece that, I don't know if you saw the detail of it, but there's a telephone pole, right?
Yeah.
There's a telephone pole in the image here.
Yeah.
And the detail, and where is that displayed? Because I think it'd be really cool to check that out, you know?
I don't think it was at Oklahoma Contemporary, but now it's not. They just pushed that through, and then she's working on a set with me for a film project that I'm working on, and so I think we're gonna have a show after we're done building the set and shooting. So maybe like May, June is when we're gonna do a show for her, and so we're gonna have these pieces on display as well as like the one we're working on currently. And yeah, so that should be really cool.
So if any of the audience members that are within the Oklahoma area would like to come attend this show, where you will be posting the time? And
well, I'll be probably on my Instagram. Definitely check out my Instagram and Carrie's. It will be like whenever we're building sets, it's like unknown time on when we'll finish it.
Sure.
So, because like I don't know how that'll.
Fluid.
It's
a fluid
yeah,
situation. So go to your Instagram,
Yeah.
watch it every day, visit at least once a day. Matt Miller, 1T and Matt.
Yep, Matt Miller all together. There's a little dog in my profile photo. Check it out.
Yes.
Or go to 1984 Studios Instagram and you can see more there too. So.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Anybody else have anything else they would like to ask Matt, or anything else you would like to do? Any more images you want to edit, or you're like, I got this?
I mean, this is my process. It's really fast because I work with a lot of people and I try to knock things out really quickly. So, yeah.
And so you mentioned your studio,
Mhm.
1984 studio.
Yeah.
Where did 1984 come from?
It was the year I was born.
Nice.
I was reading the book the year I was trying to make my business, and I was trying to think of an idea of what my business could be called. And I don't know, it just kind of popped up in that summer. I was trying to think of a name for my business, and so I decided just to make it 1984, 1984 something, and studios came taglined under it, and so it just kind of worked out that way.
Yeah, that's great, because we know studio can cover photography or film.
Yeah, that's right.
Or cinematography,
Mhm.
the whole gamut, or projection.
Yeah.
That 30-foot wall,
Yep.
that must be something to see.
Yep.
So.
And being a creative agency is what we do is like try to offer tools for artists to do more too. So it's like, what do you need to express yourself? And that's kind of what we do here too. So.
Well, wonderful. Well, thank you, Matt. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank
Have a
you.
round of applause for Matt here.
Thanks everybody. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Have a great rest of your time.
Thank you.
We only have one speaker left, our keynote speaker, Luke BRASSWELL. Ooh, I just told on myself. I know we don't say the name until I introduce them.
Preview.
Exactly. Sneak preview.
Eric, have you seen the door prizes? These are the door prizes? All of them? Oh, hey, thanks for joining us here at PhotoCon Live. So we've got some door prizes here, some great door prizes that we're giving away from Westcott Road, Fuji, and SKB, Sigma and Tamron. We appreciate all those sponsors for some incredible giveaways that are coming straight at you guys. The way that you enter those is check out the link in the URL right below. Click on that and you'll be entered to win one of these great door prizes plus a hat. We'll include a hat, which each one of these door prizes will throw in a hat for you. So check the link right down there. You've got a few little action items. You're going to check out our Facebook page, YouTube, website. You'll get bonus entries. You can share with your friends and get bonus entries. And don't forget to come back each break, and we're going to give you a secret code word to get 25 extra bonus entries for these awesome giveaways. Thanks again for joining us this weekend at PhotoCon Live.
Hi guys, welcome back. We're down to our last speaker for PhotoCon 21. It's going to be great. It's been an excellent experience. We had a great time. The production crew's been really busy giving you great content, great lighting, and great audio. So be sure to thank the production crew in the comments on YouTube. Now we're down to our last 2 words. So you can get those extra 25 votes. And the word for this hour is Eric. Just like Eric Williams, the store manager at our local Oklahoma City store, Eric, that would be E-R-I-C, not K, even though he does have Viking descent. We use the American C versus a K. So just to let you know, if you really enjoyed our show, leave comments, share with your friends. That way you can get all those votes for our drawing. You can see all the great prizes we have here from Fuji, Sigma, Tamron, SKB cases, and of course, one of my personal favorite, Westcott, FJ Westcott lighting. Be sure to mark down your calendars for October 29th and 30th for PhotoCon Big Shoot Wild event that's going to be at St. Crispin's here in Oklahoma. It's going to be huge. Very huge event. You're going to really enjoy it. And don't forget, we're still doing our Trade Up event at all 7 locations until they close at 6 p.m. tonight. And if you decide to spend those trade-in dollars in the store, we'll give you an extra 10% off. Now, I did get a clarification. Tomorrow, Sunday, is technically the weekend, even though Saturday Night Live only plays on Saturday Night Live. So through Sunday at midnight standard time, Central Standard Time, it will be a tax-free weekend. So if your wife will not let you buy that wonderful Sigma or Tamron lens that you really want, you can convince her after church to buy it on Sunday, and you'll get it tax-free up until midnight Central Standard Time. Now, we're going to take a quick 15-minute potty break, basically for me, so we can reset the stage for our last speaker, and it's going to be, I'm not going to tell you who it is, you have to wait, but remember that word, and the word is Eric with a C. Hi, welcome back for our last speaker of PhotoCon 2021, Day 2. It's been an exciting ride. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. We have all these great door prizes that we're going to be giving away soon, and we need you to go to photoconokc.com, click on door prizes, and just go through that list of things we have you to do with the Instagram, Facebook, sharing with your friends, and don't forget we have that special code word. So we have 2 code words left, well actually 1 after this one, and the code word for this hour is Eric, like Eric Williams, the fine store manager over our local Bedford's, Oklahoma City. So we are getting ready to do our last presentation, and I believe Pam is getting ready to come up here and, oh, okay, I just caught her out of the corner of my eye, and she did wear her crown. So this crown, are we ever gonna nominate another PhotoCon queen?
Yes, absolutely.
We are?
It must be passed on.
I think we have to pass that on to someone very special. I would love to nominate Alex Dugan.
I second that nomination.
Motion carried. If you would like to have Alex Dugan as our next PhotoCon queen, leave comments in the video and post online, Alex for president. And then speaking about that, I want to say that our dear friend Pam is the sweetest and kindest and gentlest headshot photographer that I know, because some of the headshot photographers are kind of rough. They really are. You've always been very gentle. And she brought us these beautiful gifts. And, well, Jim Felder, I have your gift here. I don't know if it'll make it to your birthday, but Alex Dugan, myself, and Jim Felder all have the same birthday. And PhotoCon is our special day.
Yes, it is.
I love the way you shine with your crown. It is amazing. She's going to give us our last speaker. Don't forget that you have until 6 p.m. today to go to your 7 Bedford stores and get any kind of deals in there that they have. We got some great specials going on. Tamron has some mail-in rebates. We got Sigma. It's just, the list goes on. The trade-up event ends at 6 p.m. But you'll still be able to order on the e-store until midnight Sunday and get the tax-free weekend that Bedford's is paying for. So, Pam, will you go ahead and introduce our next speaker?
I will. I'm so thrilled to announce our keynote speaker that will close out PhotoCon 2021, the live event. And today he's going to be talking about commercial photography, but not in the way that you would expect. Our speaker has such a way of not only putting his clients at ease, his portrait photography, using ambient light in a way that is just absolutely fascinating. His product photography is off the chain. People love hiring him for the work that he does. He's going to be talking about product photography and how this is something that they don't say, hey, can you take a picture of my organic can of soup and make it look amazing? Well, sometimes what the client has in mind is completely different when the artist, the photographer, that creative person, what he brings to the table, may be something completely different. And our speaker has such a way of working with his clients that nothing ruffles him. If he was made of feathers, nothing would ruffle Luke BRASSWELL, our keynote speaker for Saturday night. Take it away, Luke.
Thank you so much, Pam. So I don't know if that's exactly true, but I appreciate that confidence. So like she said, my name is Luke. I am a photographer based out of Northwest Arkansas. So what I want to talk about today is really more necessarily about portraits and some of the things that I encounter and things that I go through throughout my career as a portrait photographer. Now, when I first started, though, I actually did not like taking portraits at all. I actually refused to take portraits as much as I possibly could. And it was really due to the fact that I actually started photography when I was about 18, 19 years old. I was already about to graduate high school. I'd never picked up a camera, and then found a photography program at a school and just fell in love with it. So I started right then. But when I got there, I realized that all of these other photographers that I was in class with or around were already so much more experienced. They were shooting weddings and portraits all the time and family sessions and all of these really amazing photos. And I felt really intimidated. So the way that I started kind of this photography journey was actually when I started photographing cars. So this is something that I started with. I said, you know what? Photographing a Corvette is so much easier than photographing a person. The Corvette does not talk back to you. So I was really secure in the fact that I could probably make something better with a car than I could a person. And so that really just kind of led me down this path of photographing not portraits, but commercial work in the sense of automotive or product photography. And then I always had a good time with it, right? So when you get a client that is really awesome and they want a fun photo, that's what you give them. And that's a really exciting thing. And it was an exciting thing, and it is an exciting thing for me every single day, is being able to work with a client that has a product or has a need, and you can really show an image that really showcases their wants and desires out of it. And after talking to this lady, she was amazing, and she was like, I want to be able to have a photo that my grandson would be happy to have, or when I pull up next to somebody at a street or at a light and they say, looking at this car coming up, they don't exactly expect me in the front seat. So that's kind of where I wanted to play off of this. And she was the sweetest lady. She goes, I said, I want you to flip me off. She's like, what? I was like, I want you to flip me off. She goes, oh, honey, we don't do that at my age. And I was like, just do it. It's okay. And when she finally did it, it is still one of my favorite portraits of all. I mean, it's just super fun. But that really kind of started melding those two worlds together for me and showing me that I can do portraits. May not necessarily be exactly what everybody else is doing, but I can do it. So I kept building my skill set, doing product photography, doing portrait photography. And then one day, my mentor asked me, why don't you set up a portrait just like you would a car, okay? So I set up and spent all this time in the studio getting prepped and ready and building a set out to make a product photo, right? And I was like, I never really thought about the fact that everything that I'm doing is directly relatable across the board. I'm still using a camera, I'm still using a lens, I'm still using lighting. It's all the same exact thing. I'm focusing on edges and curves and details and things that the automotive group or a commercial client is wanting, but really being able to just pull that to a portrait. And this is where I realized after putting these few images together that these are all practically done with the same exact lighting. There's very, very few things different. And it really kind of started expanding the fact that I could take a person and make them look as good as I can a car, right? And that was a lot of fun for me. So I started my process of becoming a portrait photographer or a commercial photographer working for different companies. And it's really fun as a commercial photographer because you have no idea what you're going to be put into. You can show up on set and everything that you have pre-planned and been ready for the last 3.5 weeks can be thrown out the window in no time flat. And that is something that is a challenge, but it's also a real thrill for me. And I've found that as I was working with people, being able to show the different expressions and characters that they have really made for an incredible time for me. And so I get to work with a lot of really fun people. This was for a headband company. They make sports headbands. So this is one of their sponsored athletes. And I got to go out and photograph this athlete. And it was just a ton of fun thinking back to the fact that I'm taking that product photography, that automotive photography skill set that I had built up, and being able to apply them directly to a commercial portrait, which is so much fun for me. But then, you know, everybody gets to start experimenting with portraits. And as you grow, that is exactly what you need to do. Stretch your horizons and try new places. Try different lighting. Try different environments. Try different posing. And always be open to learning something new from anyone, regardless if they have, you know, a third the experience of you. And that is a huge thing. Talking about lighting and composition and location and talking through all of these different things that a photographer really has to be able to come and obtain easily and quickly on the job makes a huge difference as a commercial photographer, but as a portrait photographer in general, because you're ready for that reaction. You're ready for what is happening next, regardless of what is happening next. And that became so thrilling to me that it actually pulled me a little bit away from more of the product stuff. But it's just such an incredible experience. Now, let's kind of talk through some of the basics or the structures of what goes into making a portrait. Now, lighting, that's going to be the first thing, right? Without light, we don't have photography, regardless of where it is coming from. You have to have it. Now, the way that you control light, the way that you can shape light and utilize light is really going to be able to separate you from being a good photographer to an incredible photographer. Now, some of those lights are as followed, kind of like there's different styles of lights. There's LEDs, there's hot lights, continuous lights, there's strobes, there's, you know, all kinds of different ambient lights, such as street lamps and neon signs, and of course the sun. So you have a ton of different options when it comes to lighting, and not one way is going to be the best. You have to be able to work and maneuver and change your settings and change your approach to fit what your client is wanting. And that's a huge part of it, is being able to express and expand your horizon into different types of lighting to really help create the look that you want. Am I a professional in every single one of those? I guarantee it, no. Guaranteed. But if you start with little bits of different styles of lighting, different types of lighting, and just struggling with it until you get it, and that makes the biggest difference in any type of portrait shoot, regardless if it is a commercial client or a wedding or a newborn. It's all the same. And being able to take all of these different sources and be able to apply them properly for that end result is incredible. Now, I want to kind of mention a few different things as far as like differences in these lighting sources. So first, we have continuous lights. This could be referred to as an LED. This could be a cinema light. This could be a tungsten light, anything that is constantly on. Video lights, a flashlight, it does not matter as long as it is a continuous light source. Now, there is a strobe as well, or a flash. You can utilize that or use that with a speed light or a studio strobe. And those are going to allow you to get a little bit different look. Now, why that's important is so that you can go into a situation and mimic things in the way that the client wants. For example, on this portrait on the left, that's a studio light, and that is a studio setup. But I wanted it to mimic a softer kind of lighting source that really helps kind of spread the light evenly across her face and across her shoulder. Something to kind of mimic what I got out of this on the right-hand side. This is quite literally a barn, a stable, and I'm utilizing natural light in that one. So on the right, or on your left-hand side, I have a studio setup with studio strobes with a flash. And then on the right, absolutely natural light. There's no additional lighting sources apart from the one gigantic natural light open barn door. And you can start to see how you can mimic these lightings or all these different lighting sources regardless of what you're utilizing. These are all, both of these are done with continuous lighting sources. I actually utilized the modeling lamps off of my strobes. And the reason why was because even at the lowest power, the lowest setting on my strobes, I wasn't getting the look that I necessarily wanted. It was still too crisp, too clean for what I was wanting to achieve. So I adjusted and went to just utilizing the modeling lamps on my strobes to achieve this. Now, when it comes to lighting and portraits, it's all about how you use the light. It's not the light source itself, right? It's how you shape it. It's how you maneuver that lighting and maneuver your subject to get the final result you want. Now, to do that, you have a ton of different options when it comes to lighting modifiers. Some of our other speakers, I know Pam had even brought out strobes so that you could see what it does or what they do and then the modifiers on them. And there are a ton of them out there. Everything from small little modifiers to go on a speed light up to a 12 by 12 silk. Now, each one of these are going to give you a different look. Now, for those of you that are a little unfamiliar maybe with the different levels of diffusion and different aspects of a softbox, you have your parabolic aspect, with this just silver. Now, that's going to give you a really kind of a bright and crisp and punchy, contrasty image. Whereas as you go consistently up, you have the inner diffusion, the outer diffusion, and that's going to create a much softer look, something that's going to allow you to mimic a light source like a window, something that is an indirect and soft light. And then you have the black aspect that is just the grid or the egg crate, and that's going to help shape your light so that you can really direct it where you're wanting it to go. Now, it's the same thing with the strip box, and then you have the 12 by. Now, these are all very fancy and can be expensive pieces of equipment, right? So when I started, I was broke, of course, as all of us, right? But I had to figure out how I can make things and do what I need to do with a lower budget, right? So now, for the items that I'm wanting to show you are going to be the ones that you're going to need all the time. You ready for it? Random junk. Okay, so as photographers, as a commercial photographer, on any set you go to, regardless if it is a film set or a commercial photography set or anything, there's always going to be that random bag of doodads and like junk drawer aspect that comes into play, right? And if you utilize just that little bit of ingenuity to create something that gives you a very similar look, it doesn't matter what it looks like as long as the finished product is where it needs to be. For example, when I was photographing all of those cars, now on those cars, you'll notice that it had a beautiful long highlight across the entire body of the car. And to do that traditionally, you would have to have a Fisher light or a bank light, something that would cost $100,000 or more. Now, obviously at 19, I did not have that. What I do, I bought a $35 silk or muslin on Amazon and PVC piping and raised it up and attached it to the ceiling of the room that I was shooting in and just shot light through it. So I created a $100,000 softbox system for less than $100. Is it perfect? No. Did I have to work a little extra harder? Yeah, I had to stitch a couple of photos together or whatnot, but it's the finished product that actually matters. Now, I say that because you, as a photographer, you may not have the ability to set up a 12 by really fast or even have access to it. So being able to adjust and kind of work through those problems will really help you as a whole in your career. Now, gear selection, when it comes to portraits, right? So gear selection is a a tricky subject. We've kind of talked about it a little bit. Now, I want to make this very, very clear. You can be an incredible, successful photographer with very little equipment. You can. It's possible. It's not the equipment that makes a photographer. It isn't. Now, it helps. It can make it easier. It can make it faster, but it's not the equipment. So regardless if you have a Canon or a Nikon or a Sony or a Fuji or a Pentax or a film camera, whatever it may be, you have the ability to make incredible portraiture, incredible imagery. You just have to work at it from maybe a slightly different way. Now, the other aspect is lighting. We've been talking about lighting, right? Talking about different modifiers and things of that nature. It's okay to not have strobes. It's okay to not know how to utilize them. I'll be the first one to say I have learned so much off of YouTube. I mean, going through YouTube or Venmo or Vimeo, and learning just little things off of those sites are incredible. Learn how to utilize that strobe and try it. That is the biggest thing that I could say to anybody is just try it. Rent something, try it out. If you don't like it, no big deal, but at least you tried it, right? So the moral of the story when it comes to gear, it does not matter what you have as long as you're actually pushing forward and pushing the boundaries of that equipment. That's the biggest part. Now, I want to start talking about how to break down portraits, how to break down any image, to be completely honest, so that you can learn and understand what is happening in those example images that you're seeing. Of course, all of us would go on Pinterest or go on Instagram like myself and find example photos or go through and talk about or find example imagery. Wow, my head just blanked. Inspiration, thank you. So with that, you can build up an inspiration board. Now, without understanding what is actually happening in those images, it doesn't do you a lot of good. So this is where I want to start breaking down some things, okay? For example, I always look at the eyes, okay? Anytime you see an image, anytime you see a portrait that you are absolutely in love with, stop and take a step back and say, okay, how do I achieve this? What do I need to do to make what I want with this project, with this person, to look and feel like I'm getting here? And how you do that is start breaking it down piece by piece instead of looking at it from an overall standpoint. And one place that I start, especially when it comes to portraits, is the eyes, because they're super reflective and it will tell you almost instantaneously what type of lighting they were using, okay? So for example, here, you can see a highlight, actually two highlights if you look really close. You can see a big, almost square highlight and a small round highlight, right? Now, the reason why I did that was I had a big overall softbox that is giving an overall lift to the image light. And then that smaller softbox at a little bit higher power to add that punch of highlight and contrast into it. So I'm using two sources from the same direction, kind of mimicking what you would have with a brighter highlight spot in an overall window light, right? So this is where you're going to be able to start breaking down an image to really help you grow in your lighting capabilities. So that's where I start, is looking at the eyes. And then I step back and I start looking at the overall shadows. Obviously, she's faced almost away from the camera. But if you notice, all of the light is coming from above and to the left of her, right? So this will give you an idea of, one, how many lights were being used, two, the positioning of the lights, and three, the overall composition in just those small few steps, so that you can start dissecting it and bringing it down to a way that you can replicate it and then create your own. And that is huge. Same. look at the shadows, look at the highlights, look at the way that things are being lit. So punching into the eyes, you'll notice that there's 2 highlights again. I have one main key light and one very soft fill. Now, another way to notice is you'll see at the bottom of her feet, there's 2 different directions of shadows. Now, I know a lot of people don't like that. To me, it does not bother me. That is a personal preference, and it's up to you and your client to figure out which way works best. But this starts giving you an idea of how everything is breaking down. This one's going to be a little trickier, because this one I utilized strobes and I utilized hot lights mostly. So this is what would be considered a mixed light photo. Now, I wanted to give kind of this painterly-like image quality to it. And so what I did was I utilized the continuous lights to allow for that overall lighting of the image. What that allows me to do is drop my aperture much lower to a shallower depth of field, so that when I'm taking the photograph, you have more of a fall off on the face and it's not all perfectly tack sharp. Now, look at this light, or look at this photo, and you zoom into the, you notice there's 2 more highlights, right? That is where I start. One big, gigantic softbox that is really soft and bringing up the overall light quality, right? And then one really small pop of a strobe, just to make sure that everything's nice, crisp, and sharp. But if you notice on her necklace underneath it, it's already falling off pretty dramatically. So that gives you the ability to, one, mimic, but then combine 2 different lighting sources to get the overall image that you want. And how you do that is you just keep practicing with it. So as a photographer, you get hired not only to do stuff in studio, right? You get hired to do stuff out on location and going places. And the best thing that you can do when you're trying to help a client finalize or figure out what the overall image is they are wanting is ask them questions. Alex Dugan had an incredible presentation about communication and making sure that everyone is connected and understanding what's going to happen, right? And that is absolutely 100% what you have to do. And it's communicating with the client, figuring out exactly what it is that they want out of this image. Now, these bottom 2 here are going to be utilized for an agricultural magazine. It's a farming magazine. So they were out doing a survey of the land. So that's where I wanted to show this warmth and feel of the overall environment and showcase that in the portrait. Even though it is maybe not a traditional portrait on this bottom side, to where you're not getting a full view of them, but you understand the feeling. You see that they're having a good time. You see the warmth. You see the golden light of it. Now, as a photographer, it can be a little crazy. I was tasked with a project of, hey, I need all of these photographed, all of these headbands photographed in 2 days, but I need them with models. And I was like, okay, first thing I want to do is I'm going to hire models, right? But after really slowing down and taking a step back and talking through what this product was, it was for that headband company. But this series of headbands were all dedicated to specific emergency responders. So you have firefighters, police officers, EMTs, and search and rescue. And this really kind of struck a chord with me, and I didn't want to do just anybody with this on, right? So I reached out and we got a bunch of these people and ended up getting a product that exceeded the client's expectations. It was a tight, very tight type of turnaround. But if you are thinking about things and really thinking about what the overall aspect, the overall goals for that client and why they want these images, that really helps you determine how to go about it. And then you get to do a lot of fun stuff. I mean, How often do you get to have a firefighter in studio fully geared out with a fire axe and everything, right? It doesn't happen all the time, and I enjoyed it so much more than just a random person standing, you know, cheesing it up. It gives a lot more feeling and character to that image. Now, this goes into expression, right? You have to be able to build a rapport with your clients. Now, you have to be able to build that with the clients, but then you also have to build that with every single person that is on set, every single person that is a part of your production, whether that's just you and the client, whether that is you, an assistant, a second shooter, a hair and makeup team, a set designer, whatever it may be. You have to be able to communicate with everyone to make sure that everyone is comfortable so that the overall feel of the environment is great and is inviting and happy. That was a big thing that Alex talked about and I loved, right? So this is exactly the same thing. If I'm trying to photograph women in their underwear for an underwear ad, they have to be comfortable. You can't just be willy-nilly throwing it together. You have to be able to build that rapport with your clients and then the models with the actors or the actress or whoever it may be that you're working with. Now, this is kind of a fun little I have quite a few photos from this farm magazine. I love it. It was super fun, actually. This is just another piece from them. And they were like, we want you to go out and take a photo of these two guys. And I was like, all right, cool. What are your parameters? We need a photo of these two guys. All right, now we're talking, right? So we get to play. Now, granted, everyone has some type of restrictions that they have to follow, right? But you can always be looking for those detailed shots, those supporting shots, right? Now, I love this set of images because it's a family farm that they've had his dad bought or his granddad bought. And it was incredible because it was a sad day. A week before this, the granddad had passed away. So I was going to photograph the three of them as 3 generations of farmers, right? But he passed away before I got there. So I already knew that there was going to be a little bit of tension, a little bit of sorrow in that regard. So keeping that in mind, I kept it as light and as non-invasive as possible. I was still able to get a really nice image of the two of them together, got their dog and everything. But the photo that I loved the most about this wasn't even the portrait itself. It was actually the 3 hands. This was the son's son. So it would have been the great-grandson of the granddad. And that actually meant so much more to that family than the portrait itself. And that was something to be thinking about, something to always be thinking about, is when it comes to portraiture, you are involving someone else, another human in your art. So you have to be able to think about what they're going through and showcase that, one, for their purposes, but for the client's purposes as well. Supporting shots, right? They didn't use the photo of him feeding the calf. That's perfectly fine, but it's a supporting shot. Always be on the lookout for finding that great, awesome portrait, but then all the little pieces that come together to really showcase what's happening. Now, it's all about positioning, especially when you're trying to photograph someone that, 1, may not want to be photographed, or 2, have not been photographed much. Now, you have to be able to build that rapport like we were talking about, but then you also have to be able to move and maneuver quickly and efficiently to produce an image that is going to be what you need in a time frame that doesn't make your client uncomfortable or your model uncomfortable. If you show up and you're talking to a model that has only worked once, or someone that isn't a model at all, they're just a regular person and they're trying to get their photo taken for whatever magazine, right? They're not a professional. So you have to be able to build that rapport and move quickly and know where to position yourself. I didn't have any strobes for any of these photos. I didn't have any additional lighting. I didn't have any reflectors. I didn't have anything. All I had was about 15 minutes to get a photograph of this guy right here, and that was it. So being able to combine all of those different skills that you have learned and gathered up over the years will pay off in these types of scenarios. So I put these 3 photos together. They're totally different shots, but they show the different types of photos that can achieve very similar results. Okay, so the 2 here were for a fashion ad that I was doing, and this is all just window light. All I did was set up a backdrop, and it made it look so studio. But all I was doing was utilizing a big window. There was nothing additional to it. Now, you can still get that same soft kind of feel that you would get with that window light, even in this middle photo with a strobe. It's kind of that same aspect. Now, that 3rd photo is of a guy that is inside of a tree, and there's a hole with the light shining right through it. And that is just another way to be looking and thinking about your environment. And that's the biggest thing, is being able to utilize your environment around you to achieve the goal that you're wanting. Now, when it comes to different types of work, different types of clients, it's really important to make sure that you have, one, all the communication done with them up front on exactly what they want to get out of this, because you don't want to go into it not knowing. But think about the different types of clients you have out there. For example, if I have a photo that I'm doing for a social media ad for a client that sells clothing, high-end men's clothing, I'm wanting it to be a little more clean, a little more polished, a little bit more put together. Whereas a photo for a skate shop owner can be a little grungier, a little more harsh lighting, stranger angles or lens selection. And it just gives that feeling of what the overall client is wanting, what the overall intended person is for, as far as the end user. And looking for your environment. So this photo on the right here of the skate shop owner, he actually, this storage room is filled floor to ceiling with Vans and shoes of all kinds, right? But it's about this narrow. There's only this much room, just barely big enough for him to get his shoulders in with a little bit of room. So I loved it, but I wanted to try to get a shot. Now, traditionally speaking, I'm not going to utilize a wide-angle lens for a portrait. But with this, I took into consideration the client and the overall intended audience. It's a grungier feel. They want something that's a little off the wall, Vans. Now, what I did was I dropped super low, make it dramatic, and then put out a wide lens to really capture in all of that ambiance that's behind him, even though it was this tiny, constrained little place, and I had just enough room to hold one light above me and take the shot. Now, we all, as photographers, get to choose the location, the time, where at, what the weather's going to be, who's going there, what the outfits are, how their moods are going to be. You have control over all of that, right? Yeah, no, you don't. Usually you get to choose maybe one, maybe two if you're lucky. So being able to adapt is going to be the biggest part, especially when it comes to portraits, because you don't know what is going to happen when you get there at all, typically. For example, this one. I photographed this gentleman. I was commissioned to go out and photograph him at his family ranch. Now, they wanted a image of him, but they sent me at 1 p.m. It was during the summer, so there was just light right above head. It's almost the worst scenario that you could choose in a photography realm, especially when it comes to portraits. But all I did was I moved him inside of a barn and opened up the door. Utilize your surroundings to create what you want and out of that image. Now, the one thing that I would suggest to any photographer that is wanting to start doing portraits or commercial work or any type of series work is to work on series of images. Now, what I mean by that is start taking photographs of multiple items or multiple people in a similar style that if you were to see those images, you would know that it would go in this set. And the reasoning for that is, one, the challenge. A photographer can get a really good photo, right? Everybody can get like a really good photo, but having 3 or 4 or 10 or 20 of those images that all look cohesive and are all equally as strong is a huge thing. So start practicing with that and really focus and hone your skills in on how to achieve a series of images. This one I did just for the fun of it. I didn't get paid for these. I didn't get a commission. I didn't go into a gallery. These are just a series of images that I wanted to showcase some type of covering. And this was literally just me grabbing random things and grabbing my friends and saying, please stand here, right? Now, I want to work on creating imagery that is different, but has the same exact feel across the board. Same with these. The goal I had with this was just, I want to have a full series of painting-like photos. And how do I achieve that? Now, it doesn't have to be a paid shoot, like I was saying. You want to sharpen your skills by trying new things all the time on your own time. Now, I'm a firm believer of like portraiture not having to have a face in it every time. You don't have to have eye connection every single time when you're taking a portrait, right? It's something that can be fun and exciting or different or artsy, whatever it may be. And this was just a really interesting concept to me of getting an image of her in a hat that is covering most of her face. Just a fun, trying different skills to being able to bounce that light back up into her face just slightly enough. Now, let me get to this one here. As a photographer that is building out a career and working in this industry, you may actually get a chance to work on film sets as well as a photographer for a film set or for a commercial video project. And it's a lot of fun, but this is where that is really going to come into play of learning all of those different modifiers and learning those different types of lighting so that you can quickly and easily adapt to that scenario. For example, with these here, this is the setup. It is completely a video setup. There's not a strobe in sight. There's no, anything set up for photos whatsoever other than the person. Now, this is how you can really achieve that look, that soft light on, or that soft defocused look in the background and separating them with your photography, especially inside, is when you're utilizing those continuous lighting sources, those LED panels. And this is that same thing, that gigantic 12 by 12 soft light source. And it gives that feeling that you're standing next to a window. And I love that. Be on the lookout for those supporting shots all the time. Even the portraits that she is not a part of it, she's not in it, she's just someone that is helping direct it, and it was just a fun way to give back to your client of that, hey, I know that I'm here to do this, but I also got a cool shot of you. Now, when it comes to portraits, there's a lot more to it than just the person, right? especially if you're trying to sell this image or give this image to someone that is wanting to utilize it for an advertisement piece. For example, this is the Amazon flight team captain, basically. Now, all 4 of these planes were in a different orientation, different place entirely, and we had to pull them all out of this hangar, then roll them all back in and line them up just exactly the way I wanted them here in the background, so that you have all the props in the photo. There's four planes on this team, and I wanted them all in this shot. How do you get 4 planes in one photo and still make it a portrait? So that's how you have to really start working your composition and working your background just as much as you do your person or your subject matter as well. With this, let's kind of just quickly dissect this image. Where do you see the highlights? Where do you see the shadows? Start thinking about that. For example, on the background, the back 3 planes, you'll notice that there's highlights coming across the props on every single one of them. That was intentional. I wanted to draw some focus to them while in this portrait. So you set up a light a gajillion miles away and flash right back towards it. With the portrait itself, I wanted something soft and bright because the entire image, I made it dark by putting these really dark blue planes right in the background. So I needed to bring up the brightness, bring up the contrast so that he is going to be super well lit. And to do that, my favorite, a gigantic lighting source. So I used the biggest softbox that I had and then photographed him with a single light in the middle of that as well that's a little bit harder light. Now, it's really fun when you get a client that asks you to do some of the most generic, boring, commercial type of stuff, right? Everybody loves a good headshot, right? It's fun, right? It's so much fun. It's also pretty straightforward. There's not a lot of creativity that you get to do usually, but if you're excited and loving what you're doing and having great communication with your clients, what happens is they hire you back to come do the family photos. They hire you back to come do the wedding photos or whatever it may be later on down the road. It was great. I had no idea who these people were before I got hired to photograph them as a commercial client, and then got to take it and go back into the portrait realm as well, in the family side of it. A lot of people have this concept that commercial photography and portraiture are 2 different things, or a wedding photographer and a commercial photographer, or a sports photographer and a landscape photographer, or whatever it may be, are all very different, right? They're not. If you start breaking it down, you have a camera, you have a lens, you have lighting, and then you're able to combine all of those things into one image. That is the biggest thing. So when you're out photographing people, you can be thinking about, okay, how do I add this into an ad? I photographed this for a credit card company. This is an ad for a credit card company. And what do you think of when you think of credit cards? I don't think anything great when I think of credit cards, but it is something that is a real product, right? So how do you turn that feeling of like that instant, like, it's a credit card, right? How do you turn that feeling with an image? How do you turn that feeling with a portrait? And it's big expressions. It's happy. And that is the biggest thing. It's all about that communication, talking with your client, talking with that model, building a rapport to be able to shoot a real, genuine smile, right? And that's a credit card ad. It doesn't work like that typically in our heads, but if you start breaking it down and really dissecting it on what they want to feel when they see this, that's how you shoot. Again, series and consistencies, okay? going through, this is just a random photo shoot that I had outside of a fashion show. I was photographing the runway. They had a 15-minute break. I was like, I want you and you, let's go outside. It wasn't a paid aspect for this portion. It was just a supporting shot. It gives that client that little bit of extra oomph. Now, if you notice, it's backlit. You have to start thinking about how you're angling your models or your clients so that you can get the best result that you can. Even when you're in a situation that isn't great lighting, okay? So this is in a gigantic warehouse that they had all these concrete blocks all over the place for a tool company to do a demonstration. And it's all about that connection with the person. They didn't care about the tools being in the shot necessarily. They wanted them to be, they wanted them to be in the photo, but not the main subject. So that's when you get to start doing expressions and looking at people's faces as like, are they like really intense on this thing? Or are they happy to be utilizing it? And that's a huge thing to be thinking about when you're photographing for an event or a client of any sort. And I will give it up to every single wedding photographer out there, because that is a real job right there. But being able to acquire even a second shooting position on something like that, just to learn the experience, because everything you learn lighting-wise, everything you learn camera-wise can be tested, retested, tested more, and then possibly broken, and then retested again. And that is super doable in weddings, right? Because you have no idea what's actually going to happen in a wedding. So being able to communicate with your client, being able to talk through all of the different aspects of your day, of their day, and then being able to step in, get what you need without being a distraction, and then moving back out. That is a huge, huge portion when it comes to photographing people throughout any type of environment. Talking about communication, right? And getting to know your client and why that's so important. Sammy and Daniela are the happiest, sweetest, loving, exciting couple I have ever been given the chance to photograph. And how I met them was actually through a pretty unfortunate event. So they had hired a photographer to do their engagement photos, got them all back, and every single one of them were completely out of focus. Every single one of them. It looked as if the photos, like the manual focus switch was clicked on and it was racked all the way to the back. So nothing in the foreground was in focus. And they were like, we don't know what to do. We paid this person. We got all of our makeup done. We got done up. And then we went out and did. None of them are in focus. I was like, don't worry about it. I'll photograph you. I didn't charge them for it. I didn't ask for anything in return whatsoever. So I photographed their new engagement photos. And being genuine and connecting with them and understanding what they were going through and having sympathy for them actually propelled me into them saying, hey, we're getting married, in a few months. Would you like to be our photographer? Absolutely. Where is it? Playa del Carmen, Mexico. Okay, fantastic. So let's do this. So just from that little interaction with your clients of saying, hey, don't worry, I got you. I can figure this out for you. And showing that you really care about that person makes the biggest difference. And it ended up, I got to go out to Playa del Carmen for a week, all expenses paid plus getting paid. It was great. It was fantastic. It doesn't happen like that, right? But it does. You have to be able to communicate with your clients and really feel what they're going through and be able to connect and get the imagery that they are wanting in the end result. I just put this in here, one, because it said, you don't always have to smile, okay? I'm just throwing that out there. That is something that is not neither here nor there, but I like it. You don't have to smile all the time. But this is when it gets fun, is when you have a client that comes in and they say, okay, I'm going to be doing photos of hair. Okay, how do we do that? They're like, I want it to be bright and vibrant and popping. And I'm like, okay, let's figure this out. So we tried all these different setups and different lighting techniques. I tried probably 3, 4, 5 of them even before we found something that we liked. And that is a big part of it. Going back to that communication aspect, talking to your client and figuring out exactly what they want and not taking offense if they say, I don't like that. And that is huge, is being able to adjust, taking those skills that you have learned in both any type of photography you're coming from and applying them directly to portraiture. You can switch it up and change out different things. Now, in this image, I don't know if you can see it really, but I used 2 lights. That's all I used in this image. It doesn't have to be anything crazy, extravagant. I don't need 15 strobes to create this image or create an image. You can utilize small components, a hot light, a lamp, anything you have around you to create the image you need. You just have to maneuver for it. Now, the next photos I'm wanting to talk about is being prepared, okay, for those in-between moments. That's a big thing. Regardless if it is on set doing an underwear ad or out with a couple that is getting married, right? Being ready and prepared for those in-between moments is really special because you can get shots that are real, and that is the biggest part of it, is finding the way to connect your viewer to it. You can have these fun and happy and exciting shots. And it's just super exciting and fun to be able to see those in-between moments, that real smile, that real connection. When it comes to a photographer in general, when it comes to portraits, being able to change and adapt is the key, right? And you don't have to do that just with strobes. You can do that with Christmas lights. You can do this with whatever you have around you. Being able to manipulate your environment to fit what you need is key. Now, the next shots that I have up here are going to be about a little bit different styling of photos. And it's really so that you can learn and look at utilizing available light and being in an environment that really may struggle to create pretty, beautiful light, but showcase that. Now, I do a lot of underwear ads, and showcasing a beautiful, it's kind of hard to see right there, but showcasing a beautiful woman in lighting that is maybe not so perfect, right? I'm using floor lamps, uncolored balanced lighting sources. I'm using no strobes, no professional gear other than a camera and a lamp in the room. And being able to maneuver and adjust your model to fit the highlights and the shadows that you're trying to achieve is key. And to do that is you're just constantly trying, constantly try. And at one point you will get it. The same thing. You don't have to have anything fancy to do this. Portraiture, that was my thing, is I was always, when I first started, going, oh my God, that photographer has like 500 strobes, they have like 4 assistants, they have like everything they could ever need, right? In all actuality, that's great, and that has a purpose, but not all portraiture is like that. Not all photography is like that. I didn't use any additional lighting. It's just window light holding up a random piece of colored glass in front of my lens for that flare and taking a shot. There's nothing extravagant about it. It's about the curve, seeing just the underwear and being able to utilize that feeling, that warmth, that happiness that you're getting from it. And that's a huge part of portraiture as a whole, is being able to adjust that lighting and all of those techniques that you acquire to fit the scenario that you're in. So that's it. That's me. I'm Luke. But I am finished up now. So there you go. Now, do you have any questions?
I may have a couple of comments.
Yeah, perfect.
Just 1 second. Well,
Perfect.
Luke, that was fantastic.
Good. I'm glad you liked it.
That was inspiring. It makes me want to move my lights around that I normally use headshots for and just do some more really creative things. Yeah. And that's something I love about this whole process and what the different speakers we get to hear. It really is very inspiring. And what you use, the availability, the lights you have available, the window you have available, whatever it is, you're taking that and just the creativity, it's just really very, very inspiring.
Thank you.
Yeah. And, I think that whether you're, newer to photography, sometimes we're willing to step out on that ledge of, oh, let's just try it and see if it's going to work. I have nothing else to lose,
it's
right?
crazy because that's such a difficult thing for seasoned photographers to do, right? Is try something new.
Yes.
And that's a big thing, is you want to try something new all the time, every time, no matter how much you've actually shot.
Right, exactly, yes. And seasoned photographers, we, can kind of get like, well, I'm doing this because this is what I know how to do. This is within my wheelhouse, within my comfort zone. This is what others expect of me.
Yeah.
But when you see a presentation like this, it's like, well, gosh, why wouldn't I try that?
Yeah.
What do we have to lose, right?
Yeah.
And so I hope that people watching are very encouraged by this, and it's just beautiful.
Thank you.
Really, it was more than I feel like my introduction. I'm like that wasn't product photography. that was
portraits.
Yes, and I actually made a comment in the YouTube that you took portraits versus products, and like you pulled out the VS and you made the portraits and the product complement each other to tell a whole story. And I just embellished what I just wrote on YouTube, actually, but that's really what I meant.
I love it.
Yeah, it's very, but yeah, it's really that blending that is so fun, and why, the creative side in us is just really, the sky's the limit.
Absolutely.
And with digital photography, we're not wasting film. We're not shooting things and then sending it off and say, I spent how much money on film, and then and you get it back and you're like, oh, they're all blank. Oh my word, my
Film's
lighting was
cheap.
terrible. Yeah.
You take a photo, you can delete it. It's
right,
okay.
Exactly. Yeah. So,
Perfect.
what is, do you have an upcoming project or a special project I know you're working on that has nothing to really do with photography, if you want to share?
Sure.
Which is unique to Luke. This is so fantastic.
So I guess to start would be like my first love is actually travel. I love traveling. So something that I'm working on currently is actually converting an old school bus into a tiny house so that I can travel with that. So
Luke may end up on your doorstep. If you have a mountain near your house or
there's a good chance.
There's a good chance, yes. Be like, hey, that's the Luke bus. I love this. The BRASSWELL bus.
Oh.
Did I pronounce that right? BRASSWELL?
BRASSWELL.
BRASSWELL.
Yeah.
The BRASSWELL bus is coming to you soon.
Kind of sounds like a Z.
Yeah. So that's awesome. Well, Luke, thank you for sharing
Absolutely.
this. These images were great, and we wish you much success. And come to Tulsa. Bring your bus, and we'll welcome you in.
Heck
We
yeah, I
park
love it.
there and check out the sites. So
Perfect.
this concludes PhotoCon
Perfect.
2021, and we could not have asked for more amazing things, images, and knowledge to find out about you, Luke. We wish you the best, and we're going to see you in 2022, no
Perfect.
doubt, right?
Sounds great.
Oh, wait a minute. Before that, one last I have a shameless plug for Luke.
Uh-oh.
Luke, he's very comfortable in front of the camera, as I think you may have noticed, because he's on YouTube all the time for Bedford's Camera and Video YouTube channel. And Luke talks all about all kinds of new products that are coming in. You study them, you talk about them. What's that experience like for you behind the scenes, what you're doing with that?
Yeah, so it's not just me, of course. There's quite a few other people that are helping with that, but Tyler Hollowell for sure. He and I kind of work together a lot on different product reviews and things of that nature, and then Haley steps into and takes the lead on some videos as well, which is awesome. But we're always talking about new products that are coming out, or trying to build tips and tricks of how to do things or set up your camera a certain way. It can be a little bit more like product based, but it gives you a really good understanding of how to go about that camera.
Oh, that's wonderful. I love it. That's fabulous. And I think, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that's new with Bedford's that's happening. Oh, I know what's new. Mr. Eric Williams, he's been keeping way behind the scenes. He has not gotten in front of the camera at all. But there is a podcast space at Bedford's Camera and Video that one of our previous speakers, This is Oklahoma, is using to do podcasts in that. So I'm going to just ask Eric a question from here. Eric, is that space available to rent for other podcasters who would like to utilize that space, or am I just making that up on the spot?
No, it's not really for rent. If you're a friend of Bedford's or you're affiliated with Bedford's, we just loan it to you.
Wonderful. Okay. Wonderful. So if you're a podcaster out there and you want to get it out there, get it filmed and put out there, you get a hold of the Bedford's Oklahoma City, another new area in which Bedford's is reaching out to the community to provide a platform for the creatives to get their word out. So that
Absolutely.
is terrific.
Perfect.
Okay, wonderful. Well, without further ado, PhotoCon OKC 2021. Robert Trawick, going to pass the mic off to you.
I have no idea.
Eric, have you seen the door prizes? These are the door prizes? All of them? Oh, hey, thanks for joining us here at PhotoCon Live. So we've got some door prizes here. Some great door prizes that we're giving away from Westcott Road, Fuji, and SKB, Sigma and Tamron. We appreciate all those sponsors for some incredible giveaways that are coming straight at you guys. The way that you enter those is check out the link in the URL right below. Click on that and you'll be entered to win one of these great door prizes plus a hat. We'll include a hat, which each one of these door prizes will throw in a hat for you. So check the link right down there. You've got a few little action items. You're going to check out our Facebook page, YouTube, website. You'll get bonus entries. You can share with your friends and get bonus entries. And don't forget to come back each break, and we're going to give you a secret code word to get 25 extra bonus entries for these awesome giveaways. Thanks again for joining us this weekend at PhotoCon Live.
Hi guys, that wraps up PhotoCon 2021. It was an excellent event. We had a lot of blast. But don't forget, the 7 stores for Bedford Camera and Video in 3 different states are still open until 6 p.m. So you can get your trade up, trade in, get some new gear, as well as the tax-free weekend. We definitely want to give a shout out to the awesome production crew. We have Tyler, Mackey, and don't forget the one and only Ryan West. There they are right there, giving you guys great audio, great video with amazing setup. We have wires, cables. Yeah, that audience was not pre-recorded. It was amazing. All right, so the last word, so you can get your 25 votes for the next hour. Even though we're not going to be live, you can still watch yesterday's broadcast and this broadcast as well by going back to our website, photoconokc.com, and click on Watch Live. The word is Big Shoot, and that's all lowercase. One word, Big Shoot. Don't forget to mark off your calendars for the Big Shoot in PhotoCon. The last weekend in October in Oklahoma. There'll be lots of information coming on that. So without ado, thank you guys so much. We really appreciate all the fine folks at Bedford's putting on this show. We had a blast. I enjoyed it. Happy birthday, Alex. Happy birthday, Jim Felder. And hey, happy birthday to me because it's my party. You guys take care. Have a great one. Bye-bye. Woohoo! We're out. This is amazing.